that was an odd little hiccup. My apologies for the hiccup in the broadcast. But as we were talking about, there are 32 non-Korean teams broken up into two groups. So we have two different series of competitors. We have Series A and Series B. The Series A broadcasts for the next 2 days will be broadcast here on this channel. So I greatly appreciate you hanging out here with me. And if you enjoy this type of content, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, all of the fun stuff, depending on where you're watching this broadcast. The Group B will be over on KM Best's channel, so you can go check him out over there as well. There's also an Italian broadcast for one of the largest markets currently in Marvel Snap, our Italian friends. They are going to be over on King Kronos' channel. So take a look at that if you're interested in that broadcast. Now, today, we have a special treat as our opening match. Our opening match is going to probably have a couple of names that you are accustomed to seeing. Probably just a few. We're going to be opening up with Team lambyseries versus Team Zariweya. Team Zariweya is a really impressive team, and many of you are going to be surprised. So stick around for just a moment. We're going to get you all settled in, and I will be right back. Take it. Are we going to see it? Wait, we might see it. We got it to happen. And Uenpo takes it back. Uenpo MVP. That was best play of the year on this channel with Stegron, and Stegron has won tournaments on unrevealed movement before. So seeing that is actually a very big thing. Juggernaut and Arrow. Old Arrow is almost back to her full glory, but she's still okay-ish. And Phoenix Force is a deck that we all should be experimenting with once again. So let's take a look at exactly what's going on here. As I've got a billion different people in my ears nonstop, keeping us up to date with what's going on as well for today's broadcast. So thank you guys for hanging out and bearing with me as we do have this delay, and we try to make sure that we give you the best broadcast here on the ItsGuestGaming channel as possible. So we're going to first dive into our opponent, because you may not know Team Zariweya necessarily. So let's kind of introduce them and give you a rough idea of who they are, because you've probably heard of Team lambyseries and a couple of his friends. So let's first dive into Team Zariweya, because Zariweya is also a creator here for Marvel Snap and has placed incredibly high in several different tournaments. Snap Clash in May, second place. In the Snap Clash tournament in May, in the qualifier, he also won that one, as well as the second one in May, as well as the all-time leaderboard. He is in the top 5, plus the Conqueror's Winter Royale he competed in, who you may have seen him from before as well. So you've probably seen the name floating around somewhere amongst the midst of Marvel Snap. He has brought to the table Uenpo, who you have definitely seen in several different competitions, whether it be Card Whips, Rush.gg, Com Show, or even DramHack. He's constantly placing in the top 8 and even taking down a couple of victories along the way. So keep an eye out for Lampole and Daruk. Well, anyone who makes it to the Snap Fan World Championship has got something clearly going for them as well. He has been in the top 8 multiple times over the Snap Fan World Championship, the Snap Clash tournament qualifier, and leader for May of last year, plus winning the Rush Marvel Snap for number 30, the Global Marvel Snap Wars, card thwips #1. Like, there's a lot of experience under this gentleman's belt, so I think it's an honor to have them all competing together against an incredibly well-known and incredibly reputable Team lambyseries. Now, Team lambyseries is made up of 3 people you've definitely heard of before. Of course, the captain, lambyseries, the world-famous content creator and card player of a variety of different games and aspects, but now has been dominating here in the world of Marvel Snap. He has brought to the table Brauda and Torkun. Now, they are 2 of the top contenders for not only the Snap Fan World Championship, as they have also consistently placed in the top 2, 4, and 8, but I'm pretty safe to say that with wins overseas and now bringing them here to our shores, it's going to make for one interesting competition with Team lambyseries. It's going to be a tough team to take down. Team Zariweya has definitely got their work cut out for them, but based on all of this experience and placement in Marvel Snap, it would not surprise me to see a really great upset today. So we're going to be diving in to that. Let's take a look on the back end here and see how it is looking. And we are getting in up and live. It looks like Torkun is going to be leading off for Team Uenpo. So let's switch on over to the setup and talk about what's going on here for Team lambyseries versus Team Zariweya. Here we go. So Torkun coming on down on his iPad, breaking down first and foremost for us. Looks like a pretty standard blob list. Okay, so we've got, I'm assuming this is going to be a Thanos-looking play. If we've got Cull Obsidian, Scar, Devil Dino, and Uenpo is definitely playing a Thanos list. There's our first stone from Torkun. So we have a Thanos on Thanos match, Uenpo versus Torkun to be leading off. Now, this is a 3v3 competition. So with 3v3, Torkun's going to keep playing until he's knocked out. Same thing for Uenpo. He's going to keep playing until he's knocked out. Whenever that happens. So Torkun could sweep all of Team Zariweya or be knocked out, and then the next up will come to be. So we've got some interesting layouts for these opponents. Get ready to sit on back, enjoy a long one, because I have a pretty safe feeling we've got a lot ahead of us. Let's go. Put down the Reality Stone nice and early, put into a Muir Island, give Uenpo the advantage with an extra little point as a Lake Hillis, which is very attractive for both players over onto your left-hand side. All right. Breaking down here. Interesting call to be loading up all the stones over onto Muir, but I can understand the progressive ramp just in case. Maybe gain a little extra power, drag it on over, and keep Lake Hellas as a restriction with the Soul Stone. I like the play from Torkun there, deciding to spread the power out rather than isolate it all into one location. Because we don't know yet if Uenpo's playing classic, we'll call it, quote-unquote, versions of Thanos, or it could be a surprise destroy mechanism, which would be a really interesting call to bring into these tournaments. As Lockjaw tosses in the stone, brings out a Chimera for a little bit of protection, so we are looking safe to go on his side of the battlefield. There we go. Ooh. Now the Shang-Chi, a little bit less effective, most likely, throughout the entire course of this battle, so a little adjustment coming on Torkun's side, but with some floating mana, do you drop that Cull Obsidian? Because if this is a full-on mirror match, that Cull is kind of a target, so let's keep an eye on him. Thinking through every move. This is one of the signatures of Team lambyseries as well. Torkun is a very well-renowned competitor, and I expect to see this style of play throughout the entire course of their tournament stay, as a Soul Stone is going to be tossed into Lockjaw, which is going to whip on out and pop us a Cull Obsidian to match. So ramping up that Jeff into Muir Islands for some floating big 5 power when all is said and done for the final turn makes Lake Hellas very interesting at this point. With 5 in the hand, that would be a 13. Nice little security play to show threat into Daily Bugle and kind of focus Uenpo into the RNG on the back end. I do like this call because it doesn't give you the complete lead, but does protect the threat of the RNG on that middle lane, as Scar also drops down to your left-hand side. So now you're in a very precarious situation. There's no Lockjaw down. But that Shang-Chi for the Cull Obsidian, this is what I was talking about earlier. There is your risk of Cull Obsidian in this Kyera matchup because it is giving a very strong attraction for Shang-Chi the entire duration of this battle. Now, Jeff, with his floating power, is a little bit precarious because 5 floating on over into Lake Hellas, which is going to get dropped down by that Soul Stone down to 4. That's going to put 16 into that lane. If they drop down the Scar, that's a pop up to 17 when all is said and done, if nothing else gets dropped there. So movement of Jeff would be a big sacrifice on the right-hand side. Focusing on a potential RNG play over on the Daily Bugle if they do pop in one more stone. Looking through every possible combination. This is what I was alluding to earlier, that be ready for a long match here. Torkin has a very similar style to Lammy in particular, where they do like to utilize their timers to their maximum if so. Blob coming on down into Muir Islands. It's going to have to be a pretty hefty blob. It goes over there as the Shang-Chi takes out Cull Obsidian in the middle lane. Scar brings it over into Lake Hellas, and that's 2 cubes for Torkin to start us off here in the first match of the Johnson Cup. What did it eat? Dive into that blob. Take a look at all of those powers if you can. Learn as much as you can about your opponent in game number 1 before you remove that timer. Absorb that information. Great strategy play to get a deeper dive into exactly what else is in Uenpo's deck. Pretty big hand to open up. No littles yet. Sitting on the vision, so this is probably one of the lowest situations that Torkin can be in on the opening hand. Not even a Soul Stone to boot to proc a couple of draws early on. There we go. There's our first stone of the day. Start the card draw cycle. Get that up and running for us. One of the downsides here of playing these styles of Thanos decks that have now begun to emerge in Marvel Snap of no additional 1-drops and solely relying on what will focus as the cheat mechanic to get out those big guys through your Lockjaw by not adding any other placement holders through other 1-drops, whether it have been previously we would see Nico Minoru. Even the Psylocke is starting to be phased away as we move more towards further energy cheats with a lot of these cards. Now, the reduction from Elysium does make this a very interesting play. I'm surprised going for the very loaded Raft this fast and early with the Space Stone, because the Space Stone is one of the few escape mechanics. They do have a vision in their hand at the moment, too, so they're going to be banking Torkin's going to be banking pretty heavily on a non-fill at this moment. But knowing that 2 stones also just dropped onto Uenpo's side of the battlefield, it does bode a little bit better for Torkin to try to steal the Raft. Here we go. There's your first couple of pieces, gets a Lockjaw into the hand, reveals the Space Stone. There's a Kyera. Now the Space Stone, they can move that Reality Stone now over. So it could be a double rafting situation here with a favoring for Torkin because of that flexibility of vision. I am looking pretty, I think we're looking pretty strong right now if I was Torkin, knowing that you've got the floating power, and for them to even compete in the raft for a free 6 cost, which even though they do have Kyera on the other side of the battlefield to protect most of what's out there, I would probably be feeling pretty good right now if I was Torrican. And we get our snap on. Decisions to boot, plays it all the way out. There's the slide of the Reality Stone into the raft. Both players getting a free 6-drop, and it's a Thanos for Torrican of all potential cards. Torrican, what's happening? Torrican, what's happening? We've got a delay coming in from Torrican's broadcast. The worst possible moment. There we go. Everything's up and live, and we're good to go. All right. Don't scare me like that, Torrican. There we go. So Soulstone in hand, down to 0. A free Thanos, Scar, Lockjaw, Devil Dino, Blob, and the original Thanos. Now, Uenpo does have just as much flexibility technically right now in that lane as we see Jeff the Baby Land Shark over into the raft. But the downside, probably the biggest downside, I should say, at the current moment is the fact that Cull Obsidian is on Torrican's side. We talked about that in the last aspect, that if this is a near mirror match, most likely Uenpo is running some kind of Shang-Chi at the moment. And if that's the case, we have a little bit of a concern to have to worry about. The double stack into Lemuria is very interesting, but I like it to a degree just because of the RNG that has to come out of Lockjaw, knowing that 2 of your Tosser Stones are already out onto the battlefield, so you have less fodder with only 2 turns left in the match. Thanos 1, Thanos 2, Vision Slide, Magneto brings that Cull Obsidian out of the raft into Elysium, bringing a much tighter competition, and now we've got 2 20 packs of cards dropping down simultaneously as they drop an Apocalypse, which was their free card from the raft. Now we've got a lot of moving power, 3 locked cards into the raft for Uenpo, a floating Vision, a floating Jeff on the opposite side. For 4 cubes here, do you rely on RNG? Do you bank on no Shang-Chi? Do you bank on Shang-Chi? Do you play big into the raft? You have 20 currently down. No protection for any of your cards. You're not, at the moment at least, running an armor. Tis interesting. Ooh, looking at the surprise bob and weave slide over into Elysium. Pulling all the power over there is Torrican to go for an extra backup play with Blob, Vision, and Jeff. Now, if there's, for some reason, the Shang-Chi that pops into Elysium, it's a weaker play on the right for security to get rid of that Cull Obsidian, but does leave them open and exposed in the raft. Torrican locking it on in, sliding the Jeff into the Lockjaw lane. Shang-Chi comes on down, destroys the double Thanos. He takes the bait as Shang-Chi now disappears, and they overload the mid with a blob to boot on the far end. What's into the raft is what's really going to count right now. It's a Scar for 11 power as the Soul Stone drops everybody by 1 on the opposite side. Flip on over their own Scar to give them a 1 topper. Take a quick look at every other option. It is a near mirror match as Torrican swipes off another 4 off of Uenpo, taking a 10-4 lead. Big move there, putting out that Shang-Chi bait for Lemuria, putting down both Thanoses, or Thani, should I say, into the middle lane. Very well played, squeaked out that 1 extra point with that reduced Scar, over the reduced Scar into the raft. Very nicely played on both ends. Yep, take a look at everything through the blob, get as much information as possible. And it looks to be a pretty much near mirror match. What about you? Because yes, we are on a 10-minute delay, so bear with me as we get the responses into the chat. But I'm curious to hear from you, ladies and gentlemen, as well. What do you think about the current Thanos meta? Is Thanos the type of meta that you enjoy playing into if you're in the competitive scene, or are you spinning it into the world of RNG with your extras, such as your big and arising Helidex, or even go the opposite direction with our Zabu decks? Laying down the Space Stone on one, gotta get the card draw. It never feels good to do. You always want to try to use that tech, but you know you gotta get the extra card draw. Try to get ahead. Wave makes her first appearance for Torrican. And Jeff loads into Stark Tower. So now you're also with that Jeff in a pretty interesting position. Do you hang out the entire time and get your 2 in Stark Tower, but you save your movement? Or do you move it over into Muir Island, but know that you can go higher than Jeff's potential 5? That would be the current positioning for Stark Tower. Tough call depending on the hand, considering that they haven't played down any stones yet. Putting down 2 of them, though, into Muir Island is a pretty strong side for Uenpo as... Oh, sorry, it's a Psylocke. So 3 power in total, shooting up to 5, just trying to keep up with Wave on her 6. And let's see what X-Mansion brings to the table. For Uenpo, pops out a Cloak, which could be a very fun combination, and a big old Jessica Jones for Torrican. Torrican's got to be feeling good about a free 9 power card and can move something into that lane if he wants to. Vision into Muir Island is a great call, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them also move Vision out next turn just to keep that Vision under the Shang-Chi range, but still a pretty decent threat. Here it goes. Give the evolution there. Pop down a Thanos into Muir Island as they slide over only their Psylocke, and start to ramp up on the Thanos. Now, let's see if they take advantage of that Vision being at 9, or do they just say, hey, go for it. You don't know where this is going to go. Yeah. Ooh. Going big over on the left-hand side, get all of the power. They are not scared of Shang-Chi in any potential way, shape, or form. If there's any probably, catchphrase right now in Marvel Snap is that, well, they can't Shang-Chi everywhere, right? Here we go. All of the cards are dropping on down. We got a Mind Stone over into Muir Island. There's the Cull Obsidian into Stark Tower. As we flip on over, the Protection of Kyra from Uenpo, a Space Stone into Stark Tower, so some unpredictability coming on their aspect. As the Soul Stone lands into X-Mansion, tying up the X-Mansion with a Power Stone, they almost have the full rainbow in Uenpo's side of the battlefield, but with that unknown flexibility now, this could be a very indecisive because we've got 3 moving parts currently. You've got a Vision over on Torrican's side, plus a Space Stone access over on Uenpo's side, and a Jeff the Baby Land Shark to confuse everybody on top of it. So we could see a complete 4-way movement happening from Torrican and Uenpo at the moment. They slide over the Vision. They drop down the 11 power out of the Stark Tower, leaving it at 15. There's bait currently because there's unpredictability on the left-hand side ×2. Does Jeff move out and or what moves in? So it looks like they're investing more into the middle lane for some potential growth because at worst for Torrican, they would be sliding out the Soul Stone. Sorry, at best for Torrican. My apologies. Recycle, rethink. Here's the slide. Here's the slide. Drop down everybody in Muir Island. That's going to add a total of a 15, 16 power point differential there. Forfeiting the Stark Tower, going all in onto X Mansion. Looks to be the play by Torrican. Timer's almost out. Putting 2 cubes onto the line. There we go. The Jeff slides over into Muir Island as they reveal the blob into X Mansion, and that Cull Obsidian's going to stand in Stark Tower as the blob absorbs everything up to 23, which is going to definitely give it over to Uenpo on that lane. But the Vision plus Soulstone creates a very interesting situation as the tiebreaker comes on down as the deciding factor, and it's going to be 11-5 in favor of Uenpo, barely, with that Jeff slide over into Muir Island. Very, very close there, but great, great call by Uenpo to keep up into Muir Island. Trying to snipe it, but the Soulstone made it just a little bit more precarious. And once again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning on in to this is the round of 16 for the Johnson Cup. We're kicking off today's event with Team lambyseries versus Team Zariweya. First up for this 3v3 battle, as you can see, is once again Torrican versus Uenpo. Torrican with the lead off to try and anchor everybody on in all the way on through. Lambyseries is also accompanied by Braude, so we're not sure exactly quite yet who's going to be the second up if Torrican gets knocked out at any point. Same thing for Uenpo. We're not sure if it's going to be Daruk or if it's going to be Zariweya himself to come on down second. So keep an eye on out as we look to see the Space Stone and friends slowly disappear into Vormir. Double Jeffing. Still probably one of your best, most likely one of your best options ever for 6,000 tokens in Marvel Snap. Soulstone into Hell's Kitchen, free Hell's Kitchen, and the Reality Stone makes it a little interesting, locking down that lane for the miniaturized lab with 2 Jeffs on the board. And now we're just going to play into the world of RNG. Torrican saying, good luck, everybody. Toss it on in. And that Vesuvius is a very scary card. Very scary. Very scary location. Locking in potentially both of these players nice and early. They're already in for 2 cubes, which means this could be a match that knocks out Uenpo right away. They have 1 extra turn to determine if they need to salvage 2 more cubes as the Lockjaw comes on down, get the extra bonus energy out of the Time Stone, toss it into Lockjaw, which pops out a Devil Dino, so 12 in total, 13 minus 1, with the Cull Obsidian to compete on top. It's 13 v 11 at the moment. Into Hell's Kitchen, we're getting a little bit of a delay signal coming out from Torrican. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're going to be tossing in the Mind Stone, popping out 2 stones into their side. No Jeff movement yet. And it doesn't look like they're focused or worried about a priority play here. Not looking to throw the priority, but just kind of hold on to it. They don't need to move that Jeff over necessarily to try to steal a little bit of a lane lead into the miniaturized lab. Both players are looking to play behind as much as possible, especially if you're playing into the RNG of Lockjaw. And Uenpo decides to back out, saving those final 2 cubes. It's 8-2 right now. Torkun versus Uenpo going into the next round. Round 5, high stakes. 2 cubes are on the line. Here we go. Couple of free stones. Sitting on a Lockjaw and a Sinister London with a blob in hand. Torkin's got to be feeling pretty good about that one. If they could get that Time Stone out, it would be even better. But I think it's just going to be a management of, do you look to dupe any of your stones first off? And if so, why only the Soul Stone? And remove the option, not looking at a double blob style victory, trying to remove the option away from Uenpo entirely. Bait them into the mid? No, they play nothing into Sinister London. They're going to get 2 Soul Stones dropped on down, flip over the Reality Stone and convert it into Hell's Kitchen so everybody ends up with a stone. That's the full rainbow in their hand. Now be careful, Torkin. Torkin absolutely needs to be careful right now. Reason being is because we don't want to enable the blob bug. It's something that the devs are aware of right now in Marvel Snap. If all of the stones are able to be played and then you try to absorb your 20 power Thanos, it is registering it as 10 and stopping blob short sometimes. So be careful if we do see a full rainbow. First card for Uenpo over onto Stark Tower. Kyera for protection. Playing very behind right now on their final 2 cubes as a Time Stone's looking to be tossed into the Sacred Timeline. They're still sitting on a Jeff and a Space Stone, and I think Torkin's just trying to manage right now board space more than anything else. Do they need to pop out anything further? Can they hold that Space Stone for the next turn? Because they will be baiting on 6 power after the Time Stone pops back out. Full register through. There we go. Time Stone drops into Lockjaw, into the Sacred Timeline, and it pops out of Shang-Chi. Very weak pull for Lockjaw at this moment, but we have extra energy also popping onto Uenpo's side as the Mind Stone finally gets some extra fodder over onto Uenpo's side of the battlefield. We do have the floatability, but I'm pretty sure we're going to leave that Jeff there in the Stark Tower, get the extra +2 power, toss a couple of extra stones, and maybe create even more unpredictability with the vision, or just go for the full taste the rainbow. Thanos is in their hand, so that blob is a very precarious blob. All the stones are out. Looking at what's left in their hand versus the battlefield, we know they have a Devil Dino left into the deck. We know they have a Time Stone left into the deck. How big can that blob actually get? They have a Scar, so it would get to 15 if they played out blob right now. They would be safe there. They have a Wave. We're just recounting everything in my head. Here we go. Drop down the Space Stone into Lockjaw, get a card draw. Come on, Torkin. Don't freeze on us, Torkin. Torkin, no! We're having an interference signal from Torkin. The suspense. Tori's signal at the biggest moment in Uenpo's match has decided to drop. No! Ah, it's a full reconnection. There we go. Okay, so everything's popped on down. Now we can reevaluate. Here we go. Soulstone landed into the middle for Hell's Kitchen. So we had that added. We had the Cull landed. A Chimera is what popped out over here. And then everything else was landed on top. So those were your plays that you missed from the last one. And now a lot of indecisiveness. I think that's the first appearance of Torkin's Chimera in this deck, if I recall correctly. 3 cards left in the deck. The 3 cards being Scar, Devil Dino, and the Space Stone. So that blob would be very tiny. The Thanos is going to go over the top. And it looks like they're just committing everything into Hell's Kitchen, hoping that 25 is going to hold down into the Stark Tower. All right, run it all the way down. This could be it for Uenpo's time here in the tournament as Thanos flips into Hell's Kitchen, adds on another 19 power. Hell's Kitchen is going to be going to Torikun. We got a fist bump coming out of Uenpo that can't look good as we've got a Reality Stone in Lemuria. That's going to do it there, ladies and gentlemen. Uenpo was up against the ropes. No big cards left in hand. And round 1 goes to Team lambyseries. Torkin hangs on, and we will be moving on for match number 2 in Team lambyseries versus Team Zariweya. Let's go ahead and add on a counter for all of y'all to keep you up to date as well. So we're going to make it here on the fly because we're awesome and we're just, you know, we're going to make it just a big old X. Like, boom. So strike 1. Strike 1 at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, for Team Zariweya. Next on up, we will find out in just a brief moment. But because this is Twitch, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, stick around for just a moment. We're going to put this onto a BRB as we get ready for the next matchup in this series. Not fun. Womp womp. I just can't believe it gave me a Grandmaster. It was so unnecessary, but necessary. Like, is it time to start considering nerfs for him because of how prevalent he is in the meta? Of every meta? Is it time to start thinking about, do we need to really actually nerf Zabu?
Wanted to talk about too, as we're looking at Mobius, as we're talking about the new cards coming out and stuff, like they have the ability to change these cards, and I think that it's a good thing. So I'm going to talk about it a little bit later when we get into card acquisition, but I think the fact that they're touching cards quite often, whether it's OTAs or changes or whatever, is what they're going to have to do a snap.
Discard a couple of things. Pew, 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 pew. At the gym? Ah, gotcha. You should do a hydrate channel. point redeem. Pharaoh, why don't you go take a look in there for a little bit? Go take a look. In those channel points. Whoa. Yo, did y'all see that at the bottom of the screen? Y'all saw that, right? It's a negative deck that pulls the peak on turn 1. I can't remember. Oh! Y'all really like the music today. Everybody get your fucking hands up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Torkin is getting matched up right now as we speak up against the one, the only, the captain, Zariweya himself. He's coming on down to be the mid anchor, try to bring his team back into it, going up against Torkin one more time. Now, I will not reveal exactly which deck either player is playing, so keep an eye out. See if you can figure out along the lines, how would you play up against Zariweya as well. So, Torkin, GG's, congratulations on your first win. We're going to be switching on over and take a look now into them getting matched up. Torkin waiting for the match code to be received and accepted by Zariweya. Let's go. Hopefully it doesn't take 10 minutes. Because once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are broadcasting on a 10-minute delay. So thank you so much for your understanding and patience that the direct chat integration that I like to have live normally on these streams I can't do today for the competitive integrity here of the Johnson Cup. So get ready, buckle up, as we have Torkin versus Zariweya for round number 2 in this round of 16. While we wait for that matchup to go live, I ask you, my friends, you're going into this competition, whether you actually are or you're just watching from the outside, whether you actually are or not is up to you. I ask you, my friends, if you had one deck for $1 million to bring into a tournament, one deck, one match, all in, what are you bringing in and why? Everybody has a favorite, everybody has a best deck, so I'm curious to hear how you would handle it as well. There we go, Torkin's signal coming on down strong. It's Zariweya versus Torkin. Let's join the battle, see how it pops on down, and we'll get the first part of this match broadcast to us from Torkin's point of view. And it looks like Torkin's decided to keep the same deck this time, because the players do have the option, because it is a closed deck list format, they do have the option of changing their decks in between different matches. So if Torkin wanted to switch to a move deck, a discard deck, or any other deck of their personal choice, even if it's just with one card switch, they do have that option. They do have that flexibility and option, but it looks like Torkin's just going to take everything as is. Noticing that Zariweya is only playing 12 cards, so we're not seeing a mirror match again. We're not seeing a Thanos opponent. What is Zariweya playing? Bonus energy for the early extra Kyera always feels good. and a Grand Central, which could be very intriguing in a little bit. But we do have a Lockjaw still on Zariweya's side of the battlefield. But no Thanos. I think I know where we are leaning then, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, me, oh my, oh my, oh my. There we go. Drop a Soulstone into the Kyera lane. Keep a little bit of an advantage if potentially there. Time Stone onto Grand Central. Get an extra card draw. The reality could be controlled. And there goes Black Cat. So most likely, we're probably looking, if I'm seeing Lockjaw and Black Cat, I'm probably thinking this is some Hela variation who has been dominating the meta as of recently. So not surprised to see Zariweya coming on in with some type of Hela variation. The question is, though, are you scared of the RNG of Lockjaw? Have you baited them into saying that this is more important? Or do you just leave it as is? Show a little bit of threat with the Cull Obsidian, but you still have a very strong Magneto and Blob to boot. A lot of flexibility on this turn. There we go. Get the first couple of draws. A couple of Raptors does make this a little bit more disgusting, if you will, for Torkin, as now their Grand Central is going to end up entirely locked, and Blade discards Hela. Ooh, that never feels good. It's one of the best and worst feelings in Marvel Snap, depending on which side of the battlefield you're on when it happens. So now Torkin is in a very interesting situation. They're sitting there with a pretty much locked out Grand Central at this point. No Time Stone for movement. One space to work with against the RNG of Lockjaw. This is a little precarious. Couple of stone bonuses. That's fine for the Bifrost. 12 power. Thinking through every possible combination, but we have seen this already a couple of times from Torkin, preferring to plop down that Soulstone onto Lockjaw lanes to drop that down as a little bit of a deterrent, but Zariweya is playing into the Bifrost with that straight out Giganto as is and gets a bonus Jubilee to pull the Grand Central extra, so they're going to be locked and loaded with a Corvus that has nothing in their hand. So Grand Central is locked. Zariweya is sitting with one card in their hand. Now, what is that card? If this is the style of deck that I believe I know that it is, you have to make the decision of, do you have enough for that Giganto lane to be secure? Or if it is, let's say, Magneto. Magneto's a very common play into this one. Is that going to be enough into the Bifrost, considering that you could move Kyera, but you also could move Cull Obsidian? If you do have something of movement, do you drop it down into the Lockjaw and take the RNG chances there that you can shoot up another 13 power card into the Savage Land? Probably not, knowing that Giganto's already been played over into your left-hand side. It's a dangerous situation for Zariweya. Was looking really good up until that Jubilee got pulled by Grand Central. They were probably looking to hold that Corvus Glaive until the very end. But with a blob in the left-hand side, Torkin's still feeling pretty good that his 15 versus 3 in the Savage Land looks right. And Zari backs out. Zari backs out for 1 cube. Probably the safest move right there. That blade coming out and hitting the Hela, of course, was the RNG uh-oh of the moment. So let's go another round here and see how we feel. Hell's Kitchen giving us a Reality Stone for free with a Mind Stone in hand. Looking like a great start for Torkin with all of the card draw potential. You gotta caffeinate, y'all. You gotta caffeinate. Here we go. Get the rainbow rolling. They're only holding on to just a, yeah, 1 stone to go. And then they got the full rainbow. Ooh, Kamartaj. Very good location right now for Torkin. Probably a little bit more than Zariweya, who's looking to do one thing at a time more often than not. And they're playing out their time stone now for the double energy to give them 5 next turn. Interesting call with only the Cull and Scar in their hand to play the double time stone, get 2 card draws and 2 energies when they're guaranteed no matter what to at least have 1 into next turn anywho. So getting a small card draw advantage. They bought a little bit of time. It pops up a Lockjaw, and a Leech has now made an appearance in Torkin's hand. If they were banking on the RNG of Leech, they've got to be smiling right now, as Project Pegasus is now giving a whopping 10 power to be the ultimate play for turn number 3 for Torkin, who's got to be smiling. Got to be smiling at the moment. Lockjaw's a definite lock. Call for a little bit of Hell's Kitchen protection. Reality Stone puts 4 stones down in total. Do you pocket the Space Stone? Probably, knowing that the other 2 locations are pretty loaded. I like Torkin's mindset here with the snapping in play. Here we go. Lockjaw flips, Cull flips, and then we've got our Reality Stone flips. So you get the first reduction off of Scar down to 4. Flips over a Shadowland, which is going to backfire into that Lockjaw just a tad as Devil Dino gets drawn. Pull out the Chimera, protect that Ninja over on their side of the battlefield as well. Their Lockjaw's going to drop into Kamartaj, flip on over. It's a Corvus Glaive who's going to discard 1, 2, 3, 4 in French. 4 cards all at once. Bring that up and pop out the Infinite. Now, they only discarded 2 as Blade also came on down, removing their entire hand. So they may only have gotten, they did, correction, only get 1 energy out of that bonus. It did not give the double bonus. They do have the ability to play a 6-cost card if they drew Hela right now into Kamartaj. I think we end up seeing a bunch of cycling here in Kamartaj in hopes of bringing back those discarded cards. Get ready for RNGesus to make an appearance. But man, that Infinite, big pull. Big pull right now. And I think Tori is basically deciding, do we Shang-Chi now or do we hold? Knowing that there's only 1 card in Zariweya's hand, it makes it a much tougher call. But Tori is going to opt for the Chi in the mid. Take out the Infinite now. Zari holds their card. I like the call of using it now. I like that call. And there we go. We've got a back out from Tori this time, which I'm a little surprised. Looking at the full advantage here, Tori's a little scared, to say the least, of that potential hella play over these turns, knowing that they're sitting on a load of energy. So let's give 2 cubes over to Zari, hold on for the best, and see what happens. Zariweya. Now looking at your Valley of the Hand opponent plays. Is there a way to ramp out early, which now is going to end up being a restricted play, because that restriction is you cannot get those Shang-Chis early like we had in the last game. Space Stone, got to get the card draw. Never feels good, but you got to do it. And a great portal popping out an extra Cull Obsidian into Tori's hand. That has got to feel good. That has got to feel good. It's an organic play, and the Great Portal has opened and bestowed a gift to Tori right now. There's your Lockjaw making its appearance. Now, they are sitting on 2 different options, 2 major options here, in my opinion. They're looking at the Lockjaw plus a Reality Stone, plus they could also be looking at their Cull Obsidian into the Lockjaw lane, looking at that. They go for the Cull play. Take the free Cull. The gift from the Great Portal entering back into the Great Portal. As Zari's still playing on RNG right now, only popping down their Lockjaw into the right-hand lane. There we go. We're going to get our first roulette over into Lockjaw, which is going to flip and show us. Tori, what is it going to flip and show us? It reveals a Jubilee gets pulled back out, which draws out the Magneto, sliding the Chimera into the Great Portal for a real interesting even mirror. As Lady Sif in the Valley of the Hand drops also. That means a 1-cost card had to have dropped, probably the Blade, into Lockjaw. So that means we're looking at least 2 cards being discarded right now. With only 1 rotation available to them, it would not be surprising to see Leech make its first appearance into the Eternity range. But it's a tight call. Ooh, we got a snap and we got a retreat. I like the snap here from Zari. Fearful that there could even be a Leech in this deck. Snapping on 5 makes a lot of sense. They are sitting on 7 cards in their hand, so they are looking at a pretty strong opportunity. Good snap, even if it was a bluff snap. So here's what we're going to do over for round number 4. We're going to switch channels here. We're going to go over to Team Zariweya, join their chat, pop them out, and now let's take a look at this stream over from the point of view of Zariweya and play alongside them. Alrighty? So let's join on in them now. Maybe. As it pulls off the wrong one. There we go. Almost a professional streamer. Here we go. Now we're looking from Zariweya's point of view, ladies and gentlemen. Zariweya is going to be over here. On the right is Team Lammy. And on the left is Team Zariweya. So switching it up, giving us a different point of view here. Now let's take a look and see how they're looking at their discard-focused brand new Corvus Clave deck. Corvus Clave, very divisive card right now in Marvel Snap, where we have a lot of people who are absolutely loving Corvus Clave and thinking that he's just a ridiculously solid and good card. However, simultaneously, the RNG of that always feels a little bit up in the air. So I like the fact that we're seeing it here in tournament play so we can get a rough idea if this is the style that we are looking for in competitive play or not. And how does it hold up against a villainous, if you will, deck that we see everywhere right now? This style of Thanos with Leech and Devil Dino and Wave and all of its friends. Now, Zariweya, remember, has not seen Leech yet, as they drop their Corvus Clave to pop out their Jubilee, plus their big old giant Infinite has now dropped on down. Time Stone being cycled with an extra Power Stone, so Torrican may be showing threat of extra stonage. And that cloning Vats over on the right, as again, for those who are unable to read, it looks like we're reading this in Spanish. So yes, we are looking at the cloning Vats. Pop down instead just the Black Cat, get an extra Black Cat on the board, bring it back to the hand, and then it will auto discard on top of it. They have not drawn their Hela yet, but next turn they've already played their Corvus Clave. They will be sitting on 6 energy, so they do have that flexibility if they wish to also drop that down. There we go. There's the Black Cat. Black Cat pops back into the hand. Wave drops into Stark Tower. Wave 2, 3. Yep, it's going to be getting a total of an extra 6 into the lane. There goes our friend Black Cat. And now with all of that extra energy, plus Tori's gotten some extra energy from playing down the other Time Stone, you gotta feel good right now if you're Zari sitting on that drawn Hela at the moment. Bring everything back. Try to take advantage of the Stark Tower bonus. Contemplating further snappage, but still just loads on in, enjoys the 2, pops down our first appearance of Hela as the double blob effect is going to pop in. 15 power blob ends up back into the hand, which cannot move via the space zone, but here comes Hela's RNG. Black Cat number 1 into Stark Tower, Infinite into the cloning Vats, and Magneto's going to drag out that wave. It loses that bonus ability, but gains a different bonus ability from the move into Kunlun, and Jubilee pulls out a death, loading that middle lane, and that is a precarious thing because we all know from the earlier matches that Tori does run Shang-Chi in this deck. So now we're looking at remembering there's a 15 power blob that's effect is going to go off a second time somehow. We do know they have a Giganto in this deck, so it looks like they're playing into the hope of pulling that out for an extra bonus protection into the Stark Tower. Try to secure Stark Tower, considering how much they're up in the other lanes. And Tori's going to back out again. You can't Shang-Chi everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There's your proof in that pudding. I mean, when you look at a hand for a Hella deck, this is probably the thing you don't want to see. Every single 6-cost card on opening draw, plus an extra one from the Grand Portal. So you've got 2 Magnetos to boot. So on one end, yes, this looks great because if they pull that Corvus Glaive, that's going to feel good. Your chances are going to be pretty low to hit the Hella comparatively. Yet at the same time, it's still probably going to hit the Hella because that's just how RNG goes. And the death! Oh, no. Oh, man. Zari's praying for a discard card right now. Show me a Sif. Show me a Corvus Glaive. Show me a Blade. Show me a little bit of salvaging hope. Dropping a Soulstone into the Grand Portal. Zari is holding on. Show me something good here. And it's a Scar. That's, ladies and gentlemen, when you see a full rainbow, we talk about that for Tori. This is not the rainbow that Zari is hoping for. Literally has absolutely nothing they can play until turn 6. So, Zari, I apologize. This is the worst possible scenario for your best possible scenario. Sitting there with a full hand and just showcasing the Deadpool and the Arg. I don't believe it. Oh, yeah, I hear you. Zari, we all feel your pain right now. On the one end, we wish we were in your shoes because that's a great hand up until that final card. And there's the snap and there's the retreat. Back out, call it a day. Give him a cube. It's worth saving the 2 because we are in the high stakes rounds. We are in round number 5. Good snap by Tori. Just didn't work out. Just didn't work out. Black Cat on the disappearance for free, but you've gained 2 into your hand via Olympia. So that's got to feel a little good. Black Cat's going to disappear. No concerns yet. We've got the Hella High roll working for us. Tori taking his time, deciding where to go. There goes the Black Cat. Also, respect to Zariweya for rocking everything in a green border. Keeping it full on looking like a card. No 3D, no special effects, just the backs. Time Stone comes on down on turn 2, giving 4 energy for the next turn to Tori, with Strange Academy in the mid and Nexus over in the right-hand side. Nexus could be a scary location. Could be a very scary location right now. Corvus is feeling pretty good, but if it hits that Hella, I don't know how good. Now, being that, of course, we've got a Thanos opponent, we do have to be wary of our Reality Stone, which could drop at any given moment to add on or remove chaos from the Nexus. Well, you've got to be smiling. You've got to be smiling right now if you're Zari. You're sitting there with a pretty safe bet, understanding you could play out a good Giganto on the left if you want to. You got to be a little scared of what could drop into the Nexus. Play your positioning appropriately, because you never know if Nexus is going to disappear. You need a little bit of an extra beefing over there. But I like this call of just play out the Giganto, play it safe. You're playing from behind, even if Hela gets dropped into Olympia with a little bit of hope. Magneto dragging over the Corvus Glaive is a gift comparatively for Zari, who's got to be happy at the moment, because it's an extra bonus with the dismissal. Now, Hela being dropped on down now might make a lot of sense to play it safe, but at the same time, you can make a similar argument to play out that Magneto and do the opposite play of exactly what we just saw happen on the other side of the battlefield. Tough call here because there's so much uncertainty, and we see a snap come from Tori. Well-timed snap. I do like this call. Because there's uncertainty from Strange Academy as well as the Nexus. The Devil Dino's going to drop on down. It looks like they've pretty much commit to the all-in on Nexus, and Blade is the only one that lands in there, tossing out that Magneto. Black Cat going into Strange Academy, who's going to swing into the Nexus, but they are very behind at the moment. Very, very behind right now. With 7 energy to boot, yes, they can add in that Scar. Infinite, I know, we would love to see you play that Infinite in there, but it does not look good. This would bring Tori down to nothing, but even with that play of the Scar plus a Jubilee, looking to maybe try to cheat out the Strange Academy on top of it, it's a very tight situation that maybe, just maybe, we have a situation where they could win Strange Academy. Not going to go for the miracle play into Strange Academy, try to pull 17 over the top there, plus a little bit more, but they're going to back away. Probably the safest play. All right. We got a White Castle. We know they're only sitting on a Cull Obsidian now in their hand. The Cull Obsidian in their hand, meaning no 6s in their hand. So that means if it's Tori, probably with this deck, they're leaning a little bit more into stones, so we're looking at later draws. Tight call here. Just puts out a Power Stone, no additional draw. Daily Bugle's going to give another Cull Obsidian. And now they're full. So they're stuck. We got a tough situation here. It's all going to be about that turn 4 draw, because yes, they can play down the Lockjaw on 3, but then nothing. We could end up seeing a full-on lockout for Zari once again, who's sitting there 5v3 after a big, big play last game. Round number 7 against Team lambyseries' Torrican. The Hela deck holding on for dear life right now up against the villainous Thanos. And Lockjaw gonna get a little Nice little boost, bringing himself up to 5. Where it lands, stand by. Stand by. All right, well. Lockjaw giving small gifts. Wave smiling down upon Zariweya, who's really got to decide now which direction they need to play this on out. They want to reduce the cost of that Scar, so they have 2 cards they can play on the next turn. Is it worth it to use the Magneto to slide over their Wave? Maybe try to clog into the right. There's a chance of that. All right, no, just go ahead, play into the White Palace. And, well, Magneto dropping over the Lockjaw, so Death is going to go on down and pop out a Giganto. So we're going to call that an upgrade. Wow. What a potential draw pull right there of going up an extra bonus 2 power. Hold on, y'all. We ain't over yet. Blade would only be hitting the Jubilee. That's a little bit scarier. But with Hela in hand, I don't think you want to toss into the Lockjaw either way, because if you could hit that Corvus Glaive, that's a scary thought to lose the Hela. So they're making a very good defensive call here if they choose not to play into Lockjaw specifically. Oh, big risks. Big risks shall be had. Here we go. Going for the high roll. Devil Dino over to Aunt May's is going to boogie on over and join the White Palace, giving 35. Blade tosses out the Scar, disappears and pulls out an Infonaut with a Jubilee now pulling the Blade to toss to Cull Obsidian. Man, Zari's got to be feeling good right now. Avoiding all of the chaos the entire way through, pulling big into the palace, and sitting pretty at the moment now with a Hela in their hand. Zari looking to take the lead right now up against Tori, but Tori, we know, also is playing Shang-Chi in this deck. Big Shang-Chi to take out that left-hand lane does make it a much riskier play, but Zari coming on down with the Hela, lockjawing that bad boy out. Additionally, could bring back the Death a second time to make a reappearance, which would be a full deletion in that lane. Say a prayer. He's sending it. Tori is just deciding if it's worth the risk right now. And Tori decides no. Tori, scared of the Hela pull, and decides to back out. We're going to round number 8 right now. 3v3 left in Zari versus Tori. Opening with a Hela always has got to feel good for this deck. And an Elysium to make it even scarier. Smart call. I like the idea. Don't play anything out yet. Don't play anything out yet. Wait it out. Now, double blade. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Don't do it. Okay, I was going to say, don't do that, man. Oh, don't scare me like that. That's good. Good job. Hopefully that was just an evaluation of frustration. Come on, baby. Let's see some fun RNG. We're down to the final 3 cubes on both sides as Lockjaw on Lockjaw makes their double appearances. Now, what are we pulling on top of that with Rickety Bridge over in the right-hand side? Rickety Bridge is a hated location for this Loki player. So, sorry, for this Hella player. Sorry, it's a reflex to see a competition and think Loki, but we have not seen that yet in these matchups. Maybe we will in the next game, but who's going to make it? Is it Zari or Tori? Wow. Let it happen, let it roll, and wow. Pull out the Scar, does not pull the Corvus Glaive, does not pull the Lady Sif. Big high roll success moment for Zari as they sit pretty with their Scar in hand. Now you've got to decide, is it worth taking that chance again? Because you did just toss in a Blade. You've got 3 discard cards currently left in your deck. Do you toss in a Lockjaw? Do you pull Jubilee? Do you sit pretty, waiting to bring it all back again? A lot of it is indecisive, I will say pretty confidently, with Rickety Bridge on the board. Guys, Tori is on the ropes. My apologies. Tori is on the ropes, backing on down to his final cube. He's got to take down 2 rounds, and we've got another Rickety Bridge making an appearance. No Hell in hand, but a great web movement could be the saving grace against the Rickety Bridge. Now, remember, your locations are going to reveal left to right on their effects. So the Rickety Bridge would proc prior to that. There's our Hella. All right. Now what do you do? Do you wait for all the Raptors to drop? Do you play it safe with the Giganto on the left-hand side? Do you put the Infinite in the mid and guarantee a safety play here? Infinite in the right and wait for the Great Web RNG to make an appearance. Interesting call here rather than take the security of knowing that you're going to be up 20 v6 in double Raptor movements. The blob is not going to move at all. So great card right now for Tori. Pulls a Raptor into the mid, and now you're even banking further. It ate their Cull, it ate their Kyera, and that's what they need to know. The Kyera being eaten is a big piece there. Because the Kyera being eaten means that we know more about the Rickety Bridge. I love that investigation by Zari right there to determine, is the Rickety Bridge a threat? It is officially not. Now we're looking at a two-play situation here. Vision makes their appearance, and a Raptor is the only thing that slides over, and now... Ooh. The Blade was probably the best pull that Zari could have gotten right there. Because now they've got the option of playing the Blade to secure that they cannot steal the Rickety Bridge, bring it to a full tiebreaker situation, and then even play either Jubilee for the RNG side or Lady Sif for straight up points. There we go. There's your protection. The movement comes on down, only pulls out a Lockjaw. The Shang-Chi hits the Infinite, and the tiebreaker ends up going down to Tori. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a 1-1 final game. Zari versus Tori. Here we go. Round 10. Who survives? All right. Small reality stone. Hala, not the worst thing in the world. Daily Bugle, information exchange on both players. They are sitting on their Lockjaw for turn 3. That helps out both players. Lord knows what they got. Monster Island comes into the mid. So we have a Daily Bugle, Monster Island, and a Hela. Not too invasive for either player. They should be able to play most of their cards playing into those other two lanes until turn 4. Hala, I don't see being too much of a factor either way. All right, you got a 9 monster, so it can't be Shang-Chi'd. That's got to feel good. On the other end, the Scar doesn't get the reduction simultaneously. Let's play out the double Lockjaws and hope for the best. There's our double Lockjaws, and they play their Lockjaw into Hala. That's a very risky play. Looking at the potential of what could happen for turn 4, but it is the safest play for the most potential out of that Lockjaw. it does speak a little volumes to what could be sitting in Tori's hand, and they're going on the high roll, hoping that that lane survives to cheat out some extra cards. They play down one Jubilee into the Hala, which is going to pull out Scar, and then a Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi is no longer considered a threat. That's their Jubilee that was retossed back on in there. Corvus Glaive pulls out a Giganto. Black Cat disappears, and if there's ever a time to see a Hela, it's now. Can Zari pull it? No, it's just a blade, but they have Jubilee still. They have Jubilee still. Do you go for the Jubilee play now? Yeah, I like that. I like the idea of loading the mid with the Jubilee, because then you have the chance of double spawns to keep up and compete in Hala, knowing that Shang-Chi is no longer considered a threat. I personally like that play. So let's see what he ends up deciding. Timer starting to run down, goes with the Jubilee looking to pull into Hala to compete against the Monster Island if we can get that to pull. There's your Cull Obsidian. Power Stone's going to toss into Lockjaw of the Hala lane and pulls out a Leech, which is big for that Infinite. Big for that Infinite. There's a Lockjaw on Lockjaw. Jubilee comes down, pulls. Hela comes down and gets the huge pull with a leeched Infinite sliding Lockjaw into the middle lane. That's going to secure Monster Island. And just like that, with Shang-Chi officially gone, we have no concerns for Zari, who's going to drop down a 20 power Infinite into the Hala lane for free. Shang-Chi is not a threat. I don't see any combination here to take over not just Hala, but also the Daily Bugle. Tori's given the fist bump. It looks like that's it. Tori concedes. He knows he's done. And through the Jubilee RNG of Lockjaw Chaos, Zari has taken down Torikin in round number 2 of this Sweet 16 matchup. What an absolutely exciting final cube round. The RNG of Hela playing heavily over to Zari. Congratulations. We will see Zari again, but will we see the same deck again? Stay tuned. Hang on. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back momentarily here for the Johnson Cup. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us today. Hang on. We'll be back in a few. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're waiting on the next matchup of Team lambyseries versus Team Zariweya. We are in a really tight matchup against these two competitors, and I'm curious to see if they bring in Braude, or does the namesake of lambyseries make their appearance here as the middle point to take down Zariweya. Should be interesting. But let's dive on in a little further. It was asked earlier in the chat if there is a bracket. So I wanted to showcase just who our team matchups are while we wait real quickly here. So we're going to switch over to this layout and showcase the bracket. So the bracket, here we are. I try. The bracket itself, we have for this bracket that we'll be showcasing on this channel today. First, starting off, as you saw, see Team lambyseries versus Team Zariweya. The winner of this matchup is going to face up against Team Mawile or Team Ishanjane. It just depends on, obviously, who our winner is. Later on, after this matchup, we're actually going to be shooting down to the bottom side of the bracket, where we're going to be looking at the winner here of bracket 7 and 8, and this will be the next matchup that we showcase right down here. So I wanted y'all to see exactly where we're going today. Tomorrow, we'll be going down the finals to take a look and see who takes down all of Group A. And again, this is only half of the bracket itself. Half of the bracket is also being broadcast on KM Best's channel, and then the winners of these two non-Korean groups will also face to decide who is the Group A-B bracket winner. That will be showcased also on his channel. We have 4 matches here, 5 matches there, plus Johnson is broadcasting a bunch, plus Kronos is broadcasting a bunch as well. We have a lot to decipher in. So we'll bring it back over here. We just saw Hela finally take down Thanos, and it is such a scary matchup. Lockjaw's RNG, Jubilee's RNG, all of that extra pull that came from Zari's deck, incredibly strong. So we're not 100% sure, essentially, is Hela a dangerous card? Is Hela a card that should be here in this level of competitive play? Have we seen too much RNG now go to a positive aspect when we start integrating cards like Corvus Glaive that have that mix of ramp built in there, as well as a little bit of scarier, I think is a better way to word it, a little bit of scarier RNG on the top end? And we're going to go on in, folks, because it is time for Team Zariweya versus the namesake himself. lambyseries is going to be our matchup. So let's go over Team Lammy versus Team Zariweya. We've got 2 of these bad boys now. We're going to get a second X onto the battlefield. Duplicate. And it is time to add our first X over here. It is 1v1. He doesn't like his hand. Lammy coming in strong with the very first one. Lammy, turn 1. X-Mansion snaps. Wow. Welcome to Lammy. Here we go. Taking a points advantage on the first turn, basically telling Zari, hey, listen, do you have Hela? Go for it. Do you have Hela? Hela in hand always feels good. The big house on the left-hand side also feels good if we can bring back some of those larger cards to sneak out over in the big house. Now, Zari hasn't clicked in yet to see how many cards are in Lammy's deck, but with an Elysium on the board, you've got to be feeling good. Drop down a Lockjaw and let you Gia. And we see a snap come down from Lammy now, who's got to feel good considering the RNG of this deck is a lot of shuffling. I do like the snap on Lechugia because it is a deck interference location. Whether they have it or not, it's one less thing. One less thing. And they move forward. Lammy Shang-Chi's out for tempo into the big house. Interesting. Showcasing that Shang-Chi bright and early. What a split, too. The Pandart Shang-Chi with the white crackle inked. Whew. It's like he's played the game before. Interesting on that tempo. And we have a snap back. We have a snap back for 8 cubes, potentially here in round number 2 by Lammy. Blade discards the Giganto, tosses into Lockjaw, pulls out a Corvus Glaive, who's going to toss the Infinite, and the Lady Sif, oh, he gets away with it. Oh, he gets away with it. As Lammy drops a Professor X to lock Lechugia for 1 whole lane. Oh, this just got scary and interesting all at the same time. We just had 3 cards disappear all at once. The question becomes, do you hella now? The Shang-Chi tempo to try to cheat out in the big house with Professor X and the Inked Time Stone, the staple Thanos deck of Lammy himself, going with the Inked Playout. And Zari says, hold my beer, I'm going big for it now. Drops down the Hela. Let's bring it all back. Here comes the Infinite into the left. Lady Sif and Giganto tosses away the Jubilee, so whatever's going to be there is going to be there. It's going to slide the Lockjaw into Elysium. Shang-Chi's already been played, so the middle lane is looking pretty secure with a Scar for 1 to boot into the big house. Lammy's got to be feeling a little bit of pressure here. If Shang-Chi's already played, what else could he be playing right now that could give that threat? The saving grace at the moment right now has got to be that Black Cat. That Black Cat is going to keep that lane competitive, even if they were to go that super mega awesome Grandmaster route. It pulls the Shang-Chi and moves it into the Elysium. There is that potential, which would only put 15 power over there, which would take out the Giganto, but they would still be down in that lane. They can't Odin on the Shang-Chi because it's the big house. So what does lambyseries do here? Lammy's looking at one of the hardest things to do in Marvel Snap, and that's retreat for 4 cubes. It is the right move. Definitely looking to play aggressive here, tempoing out Shang-Chi bright and early. And that move, all by itself, just backfired for Lammy. All right, here we go. 9v6. Zari in the lead going into round number 3. What do y'all think of the play so far? How do you feel? Are you enjoying the Johnson Cup? Are you having a good time? If so, greatly appreciate you adding a follow here to this channel. We go live 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, bright and early, right around this time every one of those days. Thank you so much for enjoying your content here with me today for Series A of the Johnson Cup, as we start with an Asgard and a White Palace to boot. And now, coffee break. Cheers, everybody. We see a snap come down from Lammy, knowing that they pulled death from the White Palace. Chip away a cube bright and early, but without any discard cards in the hand. Smart retreat from Zari to even go one step further. Round number 4. This is a big round here. You can see Zari pointing it out here because right before this, we get into high stakes. So the retreat on what could be for 1 cube is a big difference maker here heading into round number 5, where obviously your high stakes rounds, we're looking at only your even numbers, and that can backfire all by itself. Now, this is not the first experience for Lammy. He knows the advantage that it's going to give him to retreat in to get a retreat in round number 4, even for 1 cube, because it's going to level the playing field. It's going to bring it as a 7v6. So no matter what, whether Lamby's trying to take down 8 cubes out of Zari or take down 7 cubes out of Zari, it's still going to have to be 4 games. So a turn 1 snap here is a incredibly detailed but very smart play by Lammy, no matter what could be potentially in his hand. 4 rounds in, Lammy has only revealed a very small pool of cards heading into high stakes with a snap right off the bat again into the Crimson Cosmos. We are seeing more aggressive snapping here versus Tori, who likes to play from behind a lot more, and both players are going in big on this one. We're going in for 4 right now. Brand Portal's giving each player a new card, and that Infinite has got to feel good. Lockjaw. Ooh. Lockjaw, Corvus, Glaive, Lady Sif, Blade. You've got all the ones to get rid of it. Are you going to hold off just long enough? And a kiln makes this even scarier right now. All right, we've got 2 discarders right away. Corvus Glaive into the Sanctuary. I do like that. Playing down the Blade even, pretty safe and solid. I like the notion of the Blade in particular not going back into the deck versus Corvus Glaive, because Blade is going to be too predictable on the draws, and if it is something that is played into Lockjaw later on with that Lady Sif, if there is a card draw that happens and it's Hela, that Blade will definitely target the Hela, so I like this play in particular. Sacred Timeline. Gonna give more cards to lambyseries if he chooses to fill that up, though. It's gonna be a lot of stones. He takes the fill, and here we go. Professor X locking down the Sacred Timeline. What pops out of Lockjaw? It's gonna be a big play here by Corvus Glaive, who tosses the Infinite and the Lady Sif, and it brings back nada. It doesn't disappear. He holds on. So now you've got a floating Jeff. Hold on. You've got a floating Jeff and a kiln. This is for 4 cubes no matter what. This is a big matchup. So do you go big with the Magneto now, knowing that they do have Shang-Chi, or do you play out your Black Cat for the secure power always? They go for the secure power. They go for the secure power. Playing down into the Crimson Cosmos that can't be Shang-Chi'd. There's the vision for flexing into the kiln. Now, Magneto's got to feel good here to a degree. Magneto has got to feel good here to a degree. It's risky, considering that Zari's got the priority right now. We do know, obviously, we saw it from the tempoed out version earlier, that Zari is got to be a little fearful of the Shang-Chi. Because the Shang-Chi into the Crimson Cosmos and a Jeff into the mid wins it for Lammy. And this is for 6 cubes. This is for lambyseries. Hold on, he's going to fire. Is he sending it? That's a scary send, man. And he does it. Lammy backs out for 4 again. Zari taking out 4 cubes out of Lammy twice now. And Lammy, who has been in this position many a time before, down to his final 2 cubes, needing to make a comeback 2 by 2 by 2. Lammy's got to come back now 4 games to try to take down Zari against this hella lockjaw deck. Zari has been playing this brilliantly, and the card that should have been locking security for lambyseries now seems to be the card that's been the downfall of this deck, Professor X, which has been a topic of conversation in Marvel Snap recently of the revision down that extra power. We've heard the developers recently talk about the fact that the reduction in power in Professor X has led to a rise in these decks. So the choice for Lammy to go into a potential hella deck matchup with that Professor X, this right here is confirming for us and showing that that matchup is very, very favored towards Hela right now. Locking down that lane, you might win 1, but you are having a much tougher time winning 2 right now. Yeah, Dark Dimension in the middle lane is a little bit of a scary thought, but we don't know if there is an Alioth in this Thanos deck by Lammy either way. So if Lammy plays for Prio, and it's a TVA game. It's a TVA game with Jubilee in the hand. We could see a full thing here. This could knock it out. Lammy's playing for his life right now, and it's a TVA match. Lammy's got 2 cycles into that lockjaw, this turn and the next turn, because he time stoned out turn 1 to get the lockjaw down on turn 2. Corvus Glaive is a risky call here, but man, if he can avoid that Jubilee, that will be huge. Huge, 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 huge. Going with the safe play, just get rid of the death. Try to pull it back out using the Jubilee, get 2 cards into Nidavellir that way. I like this play. The hidden card in Dark Dimension on turn 3 is interesting. They did not toss into Lockjaw. All right, this is for lambyseries. This is for his tournament. If he can hold on here, Brauda will come on down and try to defend Team lambyseries. Let's see what happens as the Cull Obsidian lands into Nidavellir, giving Nidavellir definitely over to lambyseries. Wave is your 3/5 in there, and Jubilee is going to pull out. Giganto! And with that, holy wow! Holy wow! Zari, with the hella lockjaw chaos, takes down the lockdown Thanos deck of lambyseries. Wow! TVA for the win. I'm blown away right now. Blown away right now. That's the second matchup we've seen now with this hella deck coming on big here. in the Johnson Cup in the round of 16 here in Group A. So now Team lambyseries is down to their final opponent. They have to play Brauda to anchor everybody back and try to take down this specific deck from Zari if Zari decides to bring this deck back a second time. Or sorry, now a third time. Will Zari keep this deck? Will Brauda bring in the ultimate potential counter, or will Zari decide to try to play out against it? Stay tuned, folks. We'll be back in 2 more minutes. Get ready for the next matchup. We have a lot more Marvel Snap to go. We'll see y'all in just a moment.
Surprise attacks!
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, everyone who raided on in from Spyro's channel as well with the giant raid of 400 plus. Thank you so much. Please, if you have not been following Spyro, he is your best early morning streamer. If you're in the States, if you like your overnighters, you're definitely going to want to pick up an essay from him. I typically like to be on a little bit later and right around this time, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Fridays. So I greatly appreciate you raiding on in to see the next matchup here for the Johnson Cup. For those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as ItsGuestGaming. I'm your official Marvel Snapcaster here for the Johnson Cup Group A, as we look at a hell of a matchup between Team Zariweya and Team lambyseries. If you're just joining us now, you did just see lambyseries himself get taken down by the captain of Team Zariweya. So now it is going to be Brauda who comes on in to pair up against Zariweya to try to hold on for dear life in this next matchup. But I do want to showcase one thing right here. We are going to take a quick look at the leaderboard for Group A to give you an idea of what has already happened so far, because 6 of those matchups have finished. One of them is still ongoing, which is the one you're watching right here, right now. So, at the moment, Team Den has been knocked out by Team Tae Shin, who Tae Shin will now be facing up against Team Finn, who took down the MSU clan. In the second bracket, we do have Mawile, who's going to be facing the winner of today's matchup you're seeing right here. So whether it be Team Zariweya or Team lambyseries, they're going to be facing up against Team Mawile. Aoi has moved on by taking down Nathil, still waiting on the results, though, of who's going to be winning between Zunz or NH Koru. And lastly, the matchup that we should be moving to afterwards. After this matchup of Team Zariweya versus Team lambyseries, we're going to be going down here to Team Saiza, who just took down Evazor, Meu Brasileiro Irmão, and TMV clan has been taken down by Uenpo, and we're going to be looking at this matchup right here in just a few moments. But for now, as we wait for our opponents to match up and set up into this place, let's take a look at the board. So let's go on over to the layout like this and dive in as they just drew their cards. I missed the card draw barely. There we go. It's Brauda showcasing his leech, kind of, sort of. And we have a brand new deck, y'all. We've got Magic bringing in turn 7s. You thought you had long games before. Get ready for turn 7s everywhere. Let's go. Black Swan and Professor X out of X Mansion to start us. Professor X locks down X Mansion immediately, leading to a game 1 retreat from Zari. Well, that's a way to start. Wow. All right, it's going to be that kind of day. Here we go. All right, let's see if we can decipher what Brauda is actually playing. We've got Black Swan and Magic. What do you think he's playing? All right, well. Wait. Brauda has come in with a Living Tribunal build. White Palace has fed the Living Tribunal over, so the namesake is coming in. It looks like now we're seeing Ravonna Slayer, Magic, Black Swan. Is this negative Tribunal? This could be negative Tribunal. Nor Dimension puts a little clog into the hand. There's the wave. So maybe not the negative Tribunal. But they've got big cards. You can't lie. Jin into Lockjaw is a little risky here if Zari's playing this deck like this, because if it pulls out that Hela, that's a dead Hela. But I can understand the need because there's nothing else for them to toss. They'd be pulling the Scar next turn to drop on down for 4. There's your Jin for 2. Flips on over the White Palace to give us the Onslaught. All right, so full-on Tribunal. Full-on Tribunal, organized Tribunal. Doesn't feel like Hela necessarily yet, but the Jubilee is going to pull the Lady Sif, which is going to toss out their own Tribunal that they picked up from the White Palace. So now Brauda knows that his namesake was revealed. He does have that much information available to him at this point. Magneto dragging over the wave into the middle lane to give some disruption is a pretty safe and solid play. Looking at maybe do the discard blade now. Try to get the extra card, fill up the lanes. I like this call. I like this play. This is a hell of a matchup now, knowing that we've got full Tribunal versus Hela. Can Braude get the stacks he needs to take down this big, fat deck? Just realized we got to add another X into Team lambyseries onto the board. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the Hela doing work, putting down all the chaos, getting the Mystique Onslaught. Is it going to be enough if they can get it all to drop? There's your magic onto the Limbo side. Only 2 spaces are available in the mid. That wave interference is absolutely huge because you're not going to get the extra 9 necessarily from the Living Tribunal, but you got to start doing your math. So you've got double Onslaught Mystique, your worst possible case scenario, knowing that your left-hand lane is currently clogged. Iron Man drops potentially into the White Palace. That's going to go 12, which is going to double up 4 times over the top over that. Then add on your 1+6+9 because they know they have the Tribunal already in hand. So it all comes down to this card right now. The Tribunal drops. There's your 6/9, dividing everybody across the board. Plus a Jin, right? Or a Zabu, excuse me. They drop a Zabu. It all comes down to, do you have the nuts? Do you think you have what it takes right now because you have Iron Man? Are you scared of Iron Man? There's 6 cards in their hand. He's showcasing that on the board right now. So he only has about a 25% chance to not have that in his hand based on that. They'd be able to drop another 31 into the White Palace, which is going to pop up to 55. And you've got to decide, do you have it or not? This is for 4 cubes over the top. If they have the Iron Man, I'm pretty sure with Onslaught being mystiqued that there's no way that Braude loses this. Because 24s in the left and the right will easily go over the top, as Living Tribunal will divide all of that 12 multiple times over. He goes for the retreat later. Zari takes the safe route here, and I love that Braude didn't reveal early enough on purpose. Magneto did good work there for that stacking and not showing the final reveal at that moment. Moving on, Zari is already down 3 cubes at the moment. Braude has held pretty well these last 2 pieces. A free monster from Monster Island for both players to open us up, and a Black Cat's going to end up right into the discard pile. Small little Zabu, drop it on down. And the blessing and curse of Rickety Bridge makes an appearance. A lot of clog happening on this one. It's going to make it a little harder to get those combos for Braude on the stackings, especially now knowing that ninjas exist into the right-hand lane. That Zabu doesn't feel anywhere close to as good as it did a moment ago in Monster Island. Iron Lad copies the Mystique, which is going to double up that Zabu. Not the strongest of plays that Iron Lad could have taken at this moment, but one nevertheless. Going to plop down a Jubilee. Almost even stats, plus the additional card maybe. Maybe just go over the top with some power over into the ninjas. Could work. small little wave, and Scar is holding strong with the Iron Lad and Wave equaling Scar. Now, we've got some movement here, which could make it very interesting with the Magneto. They could bring on a suicide mission. I like the idea of showing threat in the rickety bridge immediately, showing risk that they're gonna have to play into rickety bridge on turn 6. This is a very good strategic call here, but they're thinking the same thing. Brauda's magicking the middle, so it's not going to be a suicide mission. Magneto in hand is a great piece for them. Now, we do know from the Iron Lad that they do have a Mystique, as Infinite ends up into the discard pile. We do know they are sitting on a Mystique, and there's the Ravonna. They drew their Hela, and now it's a matter of where does it all land. You're going to play the Magneto to drag over Magic and Wave. It's tempting with Magic being in the limbo lane to go ahead and just clog it on up, because it's the most free place right now for the Tribunal build. There it goes. There's the Magneto pulling over the Iron Lad in the Wave. And the Tribunal over into that right-hand side. It's almost like they may have seen it coming. Holding on for dear life. Brauda's now got 2 open places to work with on that Tribunal lane. We know they have the Mystique. Ravonna's down on the board. 2 Zabus because of Iron Lad. It's turn 7, so they could drop Iron Man plus Mystique right now onto that Living Tribunal lane. Do you go for the mid? Do you play the mid? You play the mid and try to feed the sides? Try to compete over in the Tribunal lane? Can they double it on up? If they double it on up, that's 7, which would go to 7 to 14 to 28. And they play everything widespread. Hela drops on down the Infinite and to the Black Cat into the mid. The Iron Man feeds over into the right-hand side, boosting up that lane, which brings up 17, followed by the Mystique, which brings over the middle lane, spreading out the double Mystique issues. That's 21 and over. Jubilee's then going to get a double pull and drop in a Ms. Marvel, who doesn't have enough to activate, and those 2 cubes are going to be in the benefit of Zari, bringing down 2 off of Brauda. It's 8 to 7 after 3. Wow. All right. Corvus Glaive, Kamar Taj would be scary. Hela being in the hand makes it very interesting. And talk about your polar opposites. You've got Kamar Taj and Nowhere in the center location. So you can either have double your reveals or you can have absolutely freaking nothing. So this is actually probably playing into Brauda way more than it's playing into Zari, because you've got ongoings in Brauda's that he can stack with no competition safely into the middle lane. Kamar Taj, on the other hand, that double discard does not feel good. Can't feel good in any way, shape, or form. And an Elysium on top of it to drop it all down even further. The question is, do you take your risk on your Corvus Glaive right now? Do you wait a moment, look for a card draw? Or try to just yeet everything out and hope? Though you might be hearing this 10 minutes late, I just want to say to comics fans rating on in, thank you so much for rating. We are on a 10-minute delay, so thank you so much for the rate. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome all raiders. Refresh your streams. We're pushing for partner, and we are this close. So thank you so much for joining us this morning for the Johnson Cup. We are looking at Team lambyseries versus Team Zariweya. We get a retreat to pop up on the board. Browde, who's holding on. He's the anchor, the third participant out of 3 for this team, going up against Zari, who's the middle player right now. They do have one more hanging on just in case if Braude is able to take down Zari with his Tribunal deck versus this incredibly strong lock-draw Hela deck that Zari has used now to take down both Torrican and lambyseries. All right, Asteroid M in your left-hand side, followed by Pet Mansion into the middle. Also, not gonna lie, this has been a real challenge to understand my locations and rather than translate the locations, because I cannot read Spanish. I can read Brazilian Portuguese, eu falo português também, mas I do not understand or read Spanish fluently. So this has been a hell of a challenge for me, and I greatly appreciate y'all hanging out with me during it. We've got Sacred Timeline onto your right-hand side. I don't think either player is necessarily going to be fighting too much for it intentionally, but the Jubilee being dropped on down makes it a lot more fun to see if we got something cool here. There we go. All right, the Wave pulls in, and now we've got a nice little widespread starter power. Wave coming on down makes Giganto much more appealing versus that Corvus Glaive. And the Corvus Glaive seems to be the potential option because no matter what, 2 cards are gone. There's even a chance that all 3 disappear entirely. We could see a full routine cycle right now. Corvus Glaive Lockjaw. We lost my camera at some point. I'm not sure how. We'll get the camera up and running again. So it's going to be a radio broadcast for the moment. Just notice the camera's gone. So ignore the technical difficulties. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get that up and running and fixed. As the Onslaught Mystique lands with the Ravona Slayer, Renslayer on top, drags over the Onslaught, and Iron Man goes on top of that further Onslaught as well. Lots of power to boot as we see a full cycle, and the Magneto now interfering with the Wave to mess up the Sacred Timeline. Y'all, they pulled the Hela. Y'all, they pulled the Hela. They pulled the Hela. He's going in for 6. But where do you play it? Where do you play it? And we're back. All right. Yay, technical difficulties. Hela drops on down. And it looks like by doing that, they're potentially looking at a forfeit of the mid. But if the Tribunal's going to land, they land at mid. Let's see what happens. Iron Lad going for the pull, and it hits Magic, which isn't going to activate due to turn 6. And Zabu over on the left. It's a full tiebreaker situation. If nothing lands into the Sacred Timeline, they need 1 card. 1 card. There's your Giganto. Puts him over the top. And that takes out 6 big cubes. Braude Hail Marying with the Iron Lad. It misses. And the 1 card needing to drop with 4 being brought back by Hela. That's all they needed. It missed the Living Tribunal, and Braude officially here in round number 6 has no choice but to keep Team Lamby series alive by winning 3 games in a row. This Hella deck has been doing work, y'all. Wow. All right. Right. All right. Small little discards. Start it light. Start it light. Iron Lad. Iron Lad. We see you. I like the Zabu build here. Play it over into the Muir Island. Lady Sif, get rid of the death. Make it disappear. There's their Iron Lad. Takes out an early onslaught into Muir Island. That is now officially a scary location. Now, with 2 cards already being discarded, Iron Lad hitting a Hella here could be pretty big, giving some flexibility for later on. They are sitting on the Magneto also, which could mess up that Iron Lad. Here they go. That is a very scary Muir Island, but with Magneto in hand, it's got to feel a lot better. We've got Lockjaw on Lockjaw in the Daily Bugle. Best thing that can happen right now. Hella pops back out, lands into Clintar. Extra cards. Both clog Muir Island, we're in trouble. Here comes the Jubilee, who pulls the Hella out of the Lockjaw. Infinite into the mid, Black Cat, and Death. It's officially clogged. And they bring out the Sarah into the double onslaughted lane of Muir Island for turn 6. So everything is now reduced down to nearly nothing. Sarah reduces it once. Onslaught reduces it twice. The second Onslaught reduces both of those to activate twice up, which means everything is basically free. Brauda's now flexible to load up everything all at one time right now. If he has the nuts, he can load it all into Daily Bugle or Clintar safely. Brauda's only played 4 cards out of 6, which means he's sitting on a nearly full hand. Plus, Daily Bugle gave him something also. Lockjaw into Lockjaw again. Gotta hope for something big here. And here comes the rain. Lockjaw drops into Daily Bugle, pulls out the Scar, and here's the build. Onslaught hits the Ms. Marble, which activates twice over as Iron Man goes on top, reactivating onto that piece. You've got the Jubilee pulling out of the deck, which hits Magic to do a hell of a lot of nothing. Lady Sif to go over the top there, and Ravona Renslayer. Ravona Renslayer is not enough. Brauda has been knocked out by missing twice on the Living Tribunal pulls from Jubilee and Iron Lad, and RNG was not on Brauda's side. Unfortunately for Team Lammy series, ladies and gentlemen, that is a knockout. And their time here in the Johnson Cup by upset is done. Wow. What a performance by Zariweya and this Hella deck, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely wild. I hope you enjoyed that matchup. We have more coming. We have more coming. We have more coming. We're going to be looking at the next matchup, which is Team Sizer versus Team Uenpo. We're going to get ready for that matchup next. Thank you so much for watching. If you're liking today's content, as always, hit that follow button down below, and we will be back in just a brief moment. See y'all real soon. No, we were so close. Damn it. That hurt. Damn it. By 2. Yes. Oh, the movage. Oh, the movage. There he is. Oh, that was great. He knows it. I know it. Oh, that was great. Victory. You knew it was coming. Oh, that makes me happy. Brings out the Magneto, drags over the Deathlock, the other Lockjaw, puts the stone in, pulls back out the Shang-Chi, and smacks the Null in the face. Ah, that's so good. Oh, that feels so good, but so bad. Thank you, Quantum Tunnel and Lockjaw. Oh, this was supposed to be clips of Cull Obsidian, but that was just too. This is a great line. Man, I miss Werewolf at 3 cost, man. Just make him a 3/1. Can we have the days back of Werewolf being a 3-cost card? Just make him a 3/1. I don't think that's too hard to do. I missed it. I mean, think about this line, this game right now, if he was a 3/1. Come on. There's no reason for him to be a 4 anymore. What did it eat? Dive into that blob. Take a look at all of those powers if you can. Learn as much as you can about your opponent in game number 1 before you remove that timer. Absorb that information. Great strategy play to get a deeper dive into exactly what else is in Yampol's deck. Will be broadcasted here on this channel, so I greatly appreciate you hanging out here with me. And if you enjoy this type of content, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, all of the fun stuff depending on where you're watching this broadcast. The Group B will be over on KM Best's channel, so you can go check him out over there as well. There's also an Italian broadcast for one of the largest markets currently in Marvel Snap Hour.
Shall take its place.
Blah, 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 blah. Nothing left. Drag over shit. Blah, blah, blah. Oh no, my blob can now be moved. Whoa! Oh! And that's when it's really difficult. I am missing 3 cards, but spending tokens on Stegron, Jean, and Howard is not something I care to do unless some super OP card combo comes out. I could make the case for Jean, but not many others. Okay, this works. You look at this and what just happened. And you tell me what just happened.
I am Iron Man.
Wanted to talk about too, as we're looking at Mobius, as we're talking about the new cards coming out and stuff. Like they have the ability to change these cards, and I think that it's a good thing. So I'm going to talk about it a little bit later when we get into card acquisition, but I think the fact that they're touching cards quite often, whether it's OTAs or changes or whatever, is what they're going to have to do with Snap.
And in this deck, Professor X, Iron Lad, Thanos, like, there's definite there. All right. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Greatly appreciate you joining us here at the Johnson Cup. Now, we're going to give you an update to let you all know what is exactly going on here in the layout. Let's go take a look at the tournament bracket one more time and take a look at the first results here from Group A. We're going to be seeing here. We're waiting just for them to submit their final score, but as we all saw in this last moment, Team Zariweya has taken down Team lambyseries and will be moving on into round number 2. The next best location for them is going to be Mawile. Team Tae Shin is going up against Team Finn. Team Zun's up against Team Aoi, the French Stallion, and Team Sizer against Team Uenpo. Now, Team Uenpo and Team Sizer is the matchup who we are going to see today. That will be our next up group. So let's talk a little bit about them, give you an idea of who we're actually looking at. So we'll first start with Team Sizer. All right, Team Sizer, you have probably seen Andre pop up in several tournaments many, many times before, whether it be in the Snap Clash as well or in Battle Arena. He's constantly in the top 100 at the moment. I think he's somewhere around like 120, 110, something like that, pretty high up on the ladder. So if you're in super high upper competitive, you've probably seen Andre pop up a couple of times. But we do have a couple of newcomers in this team as well. Crazy has never played in a Marvel Snap tournament up before today, and his team has already advanced once. So he's already going up against the big boys, and we're going to see a pretty unique matchup because we don't know the play style of Crazy whatsoever either. In regards to Sizer, Sizer is relatively new comparatively into the Marvel Snap scene compared to being a professional gamer over in Guild Wars 2. So now entering into the Marvel Snap zone and taking down that competitive experience, bringing it here to us today makes for a very unique matchup. So I'm curious to see how they do against Team Uenpo, who is an incredibly well-accomplished Marvel Snap champion team. Let's talk about them for a second. You've got Momvi in here, who has won several of the weekly and monthly Marvel Snap Cups. Runner-up in them several times as well, top 4 in them several times as well, has even won the New Year's Snap Cup simultaneously as the Kumacha Mid Challenge Festival number 3 came on in too. We're just getting confirmation now that the matchups for Sizer versus Uenpo are going to start. So we're going to have our first matchup in just a second. The second player for Team Uenpo is Squirrel, who has placed very high, not just here, but also in Pokemon tournaments. So we have an experienced card gamer now coming to Marvel Snap who has won several of the Chrono events, whether it's the Christmas Cup, the App Bank Cup, the Best King Cup, several different ones down the pipeline, including the national tournament for Pokemon from Compass Koshane, which is just ridiculous. They're teaming up with the third, who is a Marvel Snap champion at the Snap Cup several times as well, just like we saw earlier in the team. So we have a lot of Marvel Snap experience coming into Team Uenpo versus a comparatively relatively newer team, so we don't know what we're going up against. And to me, at least as a caster, that's incredibly exciting. So I'm excited to see this matchup. We're going to take a look and see the match getting paired up right now. It looks like we're opening up with Maxim. Yep. Crazy and versus Squirrel. So we're going to head on over into the match as we miss the first card, but that happens because reasons. Yep. Now you get to see behind the scenes because it pulls up the wrong window, because that's what happens here. Here we go. Team Sizer. As we have Blob Thanos against Thanos. We have a Thanos on Thanos matchup. Y'all, stick around. There's a couple of stones coming at your face. Let's go. Kiln match to load in as well with a potentially movable Jeff. And, oh! I'm sorry. Is that a Loki Thanos? Oh, this is gonna be fun. Ooh, I just got really excited for this. Let's go. All right, Magneto coming on down to clear out the kiln in the middle lanes. Gotta feel good for Crazy at the moment versus Squirrel. Ooh, who saw Thanos Loki coming? Who saw Thanos Loki coming? Pretty sure none of y'all did, so go ahead and put your hand down, because you know Crazy didn't. But I love this call in this tournament. I love this call. What a unique play. Ooh, Blob into Novaroma on 5. Takes on 22 safely, and they cycle through the full routine. We saw the Jeff, we saw the Lockjaw, we saw the Kyara, we saw several pieces, including the Magneto, which was the big one at that point. Now, being up 15 over there, can they afford, because they did eat the Jeff with the Blob, so they can't play into the kiln. Crazy sitting on priority with Eliath in hand. No snap yet, but they're debating about it. It is a turn 6 snap, and Squirrel retreats. So the Eliath stays hidden for control Thanos. Lockjaw, Magneto, Wave, and Jeff the Baby Land Shark all were in that blob. We have a pretty good idea now of what's going on. Holla! Holla to start with a Mind Stone. Let's start getting those rocks in the hands. And a Hellfire Club kind of hurts both players, but you still got to smile a bit about it. Soul Stone into Hala. And a Space Stone just in case if they saw another one pop down with a Hala threat. Now into the Orcus Forge. No hesitation by Crazy, taking on a Sentinel gladly here. And a protective Kyara to boot for Hellfire Club. So no matter what, Hala is protected and safe. take on the extra Sentinel. Free power if you couldn't get it to drop down. But either way, the Cull Obsidian's going to feel good. They're going to get another Sentinel into the hand. It's going to clog them. And then they've got to decide, is it worth it to try to lock down something with Professor X, knowing you've got a floating Jeff? They don't feel that that's the case. The snap comes in from Squirrel. Crazy says, I'm not that crazy, backs out, and we move on to round number 3, both players taking down 1 cube off of each other. Ooh. Squirrel has 1 chance, basically, to get a double up here. Squirrel has 1 chance. Because you're going to see the Power Stone's going to go to 6, and the Reality Stone's going to neutralize it entirely. But if you're playing Thanos and it is turn 2, Squirrel's best case right now, I'm assuming, is going to be that movable Jeff. There it is. Golden Rian Gonzalez Jeff into Shuri's lab. Double up that Power Stone and say, no more today. That's enough for you. The good news is that we're pretty well determined that Jeff can only really move to the right-hand side if it's going to move at all. Castle Blackstone makes that a very appealing call, especially with Elysium on top of it. We're getting the rainbow put out here. Soulstone, Kyera, Time Stone. Soulstone, Kyera. Jeff stays where he is. Castle Blackstone's got 2 coming down on top of it. Here's a Professor X. Enjoy that. There's a Time Stone coming on down. They both have big plays they can work with right now. They both got 5 energy for turn 4, plus Elysium. Do you go for the lockdown? Do you go for the protective Goliath because you have Prio? Do you go for the blob because you know you've got big cards? They're going to take all of the energy. They're going to go for it, knowing that Cull Obsidian cannot even be Shang-Chi'd if they are playing Shang-Chi in their deck. And there's a snap back. Squirrel's feeling really confident right now. Blob takes on everybody, goes to 24. Big old Blob. Misa with a couple of pulls. There's a vision to move and boot. And that vision between the double movement floating around on Elysium and Castle Blackstone, this might be a really nice opportunity to hold big here. The scars disappeared into the blob. They can't draw a cheap scar. If they play down the Thanos, it's not going to get ramped up in any way, but it is a secure 10. They have Prio. They could Goliath, or they're going to safety lock it down, hoping that vision doesn't move. Going with the wave on this turn makes a lot of sense on the Elysium match as well, but you have to secure a location in that process, because if you're going to be able to drop down 2 cards, you need to make sure that your opponent can't. I love the wave plus Professor X here. I hope that's the direction they go, because that's a hell of a lot of energy to work with. Plus, you get the +1 from Castle Blackstone. Here they drop. Thanos drops down for safety power. Reality Stone's going to take away the bonus energy. Daily Bugle's going to exchange cards now, though. So they get that scar that their blob ate earlier by stealing it from Squirrel. Space Stone's going to go on down, plus their own blob into Fisk Tower, which is going to scale up what? It ate Lockjaw, Loki, Wave, Enchantress. Big card to note there, too. And now they just go full protection right now. But remember, they have Jeff, they have Vision, they haven't moved Jeff at all yet, and Vision could slide mid. If Vision is forfeiting the Daily Bugle and slides into the mid. That's going to add on 8 power because it's currently being reduced by the Soul Stone. If it adds on the 8 power in total, the Scar 11 would feel okay, but the Eliath 2 wouldn't. Because Jeff can also move right now, too. Looking at every potential power play option to which that he can pull it out. Oh, man. Scar and Eliath going on over. We've got a card play into Fisk Tower. Scar locks on down. Here comes the Eliath to Fart Cloud on top of that Fisk Tower, removing that card, and the blob is going to survive all by itself. Not enough power in the left Fisk Tower, but all those stones on the right, as big as that Thanos animation's going to be, that feels good, but not good enough. Great play by Crazy right there to nix out the right-hand lane, seeing the forfeit coming into the Daily Bugle. Great play lines right there, taking out a couple of cubes. We head into the final of our individual single-point rounds. Round number 4, Crazy has 9. Squirrel just lost 4 right there. He's down to 5. Here's a time stone. Enjoy your time stone. Let's drop down that lockjaw into lockjaw into Fisk Tower. If that mirror dimension turns into Fisk Tower, you're going to have a very well predictable Jeff. And the Reality Stone's going to flip us a Sakaar for a free bonus card. Here comes an extra stone. I'm going to reduce you down. And on their end, they get a free wave. So Magneto looks good here if we had one more turn to boot. But a Sakaar maybe in Mirror Dimension could be a lot of fun too. Mind Stone disappears into Lockjaw, pulls out Thanos. We've got almost the full rainbow. If we get a Reality Stone, that Thanos can get its buff. Your best option is probably toss that Power Stone into another lane and use the Space Stone. There you go. I like that. To move over your Thanos even in particular if you need to. There's the Space Stone. We need a Reality Stone. Give us a Thanos boost. We don't see it often enough. There he is! With the Abby, it's going to give a free card automatically because there's 2 hanging out there. And Loki gets the conversion over now too. Okay, so with everything we now know, and they've redrawn the Power Stone, which is a really stellar play. They play the Vision. No movement, and leave Sakaar in a semi-precarious position. Jeff still can move. So you've got the double insecure movement. One of the most frustrating things to go up against onto a turn 6. 2 movable cards. As Magneto makes one decision a little bit easier, moving over that Lockjaw into Sakaar. Priority is still in Crazy's favor. And has the option to try and steal one of these lanes. The Eliath top deck is feeling pretty good. They still could also go for some protection with Kyera and a Power Stone. And I like this move. They're going for a cheat. Try to squeak out in the Magneto lane. Bank on RNG. They have all 3 lanes covered by doing this. So Sakaar is a guaranteed win because Crazy's got priority. Well, not guaranteed, but pretty darn close to guaranteed win. Kyera and a Time Stone come on down. It's not going to be enough to take Sakaar. Not going to be enough, Squirrel. Squirrel slowly is becoming extinct. The zombie squirrel may crawl back into the ground. Next round, y'all. High stakes, here we go. Squirrel has 2 games down, 2 games to work with, essentially, at maximum here. Is this a free retreat? No, they're going to put him in. They're going to put him in. Go for all 3. Go for 3. It's a 3 to 9. I like this on 5. Round 5. And a Nidavellir also makes it very interesting. There we go. Get the Project Pegasus. All right. If you are crazy, do you go big with Blob? Or do you go for protection with Wave Kyera? Because you've got 8 you can work with right now, right? You can only drop either 1 big card or 2 little cards. And knowing that you've already got 2 big cards in your hand, that's a pretty big sacrifice right there. Going with the Blob into Nidavellir right away. You're sitting on Kyera. You could drop it if you feel there's any risk on this next turn. The Time Stone's going to drop into Lockjaw, semi-temporarily protected. Pop on out instead of Power Stone. You've almost got the full Rainbow Cycle now on the opposite side of the battlefield. Blob is going to insert 2 cards at minimum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the full ingestion. Takes on the Eliath and the Vision, which are huge cards to lose right now going in this match. Keep the protection on the Kyera. I'm a fan of this play. Essentially, they're trying to decide right now, is Miniaturized Lab a location that they can steal all by themselves? Pull it out at the very end. There's your Reality Stone. You're getting a full rainbow. Everybody gets a squirrel. It's going to lock them out for 1 whole turn. Unless that's a Jeff in Nida. Cull Obsidian comes on out. Loki comes, which may have given them a Jeff. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. I'm pretty sure they are also playing Jeff. Crazy is. So they may have a Jeff to boot if they want to try to squeeze into Miniaturized Lab now. However, they are now secure knowing that there's 16 definitely into Central Park. So they've got the lead up and running already in Nidavellir. The question just becomes, what direction do you need to take it further to try to take down Miniaturized Lab? And I like this lane steal. This is for 3 cubes here. This should be Squirrel's ultimate demise. The Soul Stone comes on down, reduces 4 off the other end. There goes the Scar. I don't see anything that could take this down at this point. It looks like Crazy is going to be taking down the Squirrels here in the very first round of this 3v3 matchup. There it is. There's your Professor X locking everybody in. There's a Mind Stone just to say that you've got it a bonus power there. Magneto's not going to be able to move over anybody. And take a look. There's the Jeff. As Squirrel puts up the fist bump, Thanos locked down has taken down Loki Thanos in this very first matchup here today. So it is going to be 1-0 going into the next round here for Johnson Cup of Team Uenpo versus Team Sizer. They're going to get ready for the next match. We're going to take a short break, and we will see you all in just a brief moment. With once again, because it's really damn strong now. And there you go. It's going to hit Eliath. It's going to hit Eliath. It hits fucking Eliath! Let's go!
Wind, aid my
Let's
hand.
go! Woo! Oh! Oh! It was only 2 cubes, but it was so damn nerve-wracking. Victory. Oh, it's reset day. That was stupid. Oh, I meant to hold on to those. Yeah, after basically the next game. Heck. After the next game. Schwax! What's gonna go? I know, I forgot. Was not my best. Works. Nico goes over. 2s, 15, Piggy. We lose in the 13. Oh, and it's gonna proc it twice. That's not fun. Womp womp. I just can't believe it gave me a Grandmaster. It was so unnecessary. But that really sucks. Maybe that's why? Because I'm pretty happy with it. You know? Like, I don't think there's any other archetype that I would like 911 say this absolutely needs to be with this. You know? Let's bring it on back. Here we go. They could have easily secured their own lane. With the rate of 51, thank you so much for joining us here at the Johnson Cup. We're getting ready for our very next matchup, Crazy versus the Third. Let's go on down. Here we are. It's 1-0 here in this round of 8 in Group A. Let's go. It's the Third who's rocking a Thanos deck themselves, it looks like, and a whole bunch of rocks to start us off, because why not start with rocks? Crazy, for those who do not know, as of today, in this current moment, according to at least their own account, to what we can tell here, Crazy is currently the number one player in the world. So, needless to say, they have a good amount of experience with this deck and the security of being able to climb with it. They're sitting at 9,800. That's right, 9,800 snap points as we speak on this one, which is an astronomical feat to be able to climb that high with that many snap points, no matter what system you're in. Absolutely insane. Johnson, thank you so much for raiding on in. I greatly appreciate you, as always, supporting us and having me be a part here of the Johnson Cup. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate you joining us here on this broadcast now. So let's continue on through. It's our Thanos on Thanos matchup, but what version of Thanos is the Third playing into? We do know already, this looks like the exact same deck from Crazy. They know what works. They're sticking with it. They're going on down with their Control Thanos deck with Professor X and Eliath to boot. But what is the variation we're going to see from the third? Is it going to be Control Thanos? Is it going to be another Loki Thanos? Are we going to see Destroy Thanos and Surfer start to make an appearance? Could Hela with Corvus Glaive make another appearance into the Thanos decks, which are starting to emerge more and more competitively? Who knows? Let's find out, though, as the Power Stone now drops into the Icebox and a Nexus converts on turn 4. Ooh, and I like this wave. I like this wave into the Nexus. Get a little bit of a security blanket, and then a big booster play with that Alioth. That could be priority. This could be good. There we go. They're playing Loki also. Another Loki Thanos deck. The Loki Thanos play is a really, really smart play. Let's be honest here. Think on through exactly why we've now seen this twice. We've seen it twice come on down as a potential combination because it's basically free cost reduction. You're getting a lot of mirror matches. You're expecting to see a lot of Thanos decks, so why not integrate another Thanos deck into your Thanos deck and get a double synergy up and running? Now, the blob on blob situation that just happened did backfire a little bit on Crazy. They did not get as big of a blob. Third hit pretty high, so it's worth it to say thank you so much for your time and efforts. Crazy is going to back down for 2 cubes, give 2 cubes to the third in the process, and we're going to move on to round number 2. Easy retreat. I like this call. There's no Reality Stone in their hand. Fair call. Fair call. Oh boy. There's the official process finally settled through. All right, here we go. Next up. Morag's an interesting one here. On the one end, it could be incredibly beneficial to either player, but on the other end, only if you pulled stones. And it looks like neither player has pulled stones. Not yet. Maybe they're saving them? How do you like to play into Morag? We do know there's a Jeff the Baby Land Shark that can come down at any time also. So maybe steal some priority. But Professor X could be pretty detrimental here. Here comes the Time Stone. That's going to give him 4 on turn 3. Now 5, because Superflow brings it up one step further. Wave into Professor X feels much better than it did a moment ago. Ooh. This is a scary, scary combo call here. Flexible Vision with a wave. And all of the energy. They're going to blob immediately on turn 4. Try to lock up the Morag, which is going to be harder to play into. And take the sacrifice of the Superflow bonus energy by bouncing it out for 1 turn. That's going to lower their Scar down to 4 permanently. And they still can do a double move if they need to with the Space Stone. Blob comes. Let's see what Blob takes in, bringing it up to 15 flat. It looks like Jeff, Cull Obsidian, and Alioth. Those are some bigger losses for a defensive play into the Superflow, but Lockjaw is going to be Morag's best friend if it can pull out something larger than a Mind Stone. That's gonna give them the movement that they might need or want, but it's only turn 5, so we've got a little bit of time to work with here, and they're gonna go for the lockdown instead, securing their blob potentially. I love this call. Give the flexibility of that wave, too. Maybe we see Vision move in some cheeky play to occupy the Morag temporarily? And there's your lock for Morag. That's a secure location. Blob drops into Atlantis for 20, who takes on Stones, and there's the Shang-Chi, which is probably the most important thing to know. With full motion and safety, they're looking at bringing that wave over into Superflow. Wave's going to drop down from 9 to 5. So you're looking at a total of 5 plus 11 plus 2. That's your highest point total in that lane. Yes. Tough cycling. Look at every possible scenario. They can't be Shang-Chi'd. Shang-Chi's been absorbed by Blob. If they're sitting with 8 against that lane, you're looking at 18 in the Superflow. It's kind of weak, to be completely honest. That's kind of weak. But they've locked it in. Is it going to be enough? Here they drop. They load on up. There's a Space Stone going to 9, a Power Stone going to 12, and a Cull Obsidian to 22. That takes it over the top in the Superflow. So you're going to hold on. The third is taking out 4 cubes right now out of Crazy. And Crazy's down to 4. Third is hanging on with all 10 cubes right now going into the high stakes round. Oh, sorry, it's round number 3. My apologies. For some reason, I thought it was round number 5. This game is flying. Space Stone, Soul Stone, a little bit of stones, a little bit of time. Weir Island versus Crown Sea. The priorities on this for movement at the last minute is going to be very critical. Both players get their Jeffs down into Muir Island, so it's going to be giving them some big old beefy sharks to move around at the very end. I like the lockjaw into Crown City, because those +4s, it's a build your own Ms. Marvel right now. And the only play they've got, might as well make it. Plop it into the lockjaw and hope for the best. We know they're sitting on at least 2 more stones right now. It would not be missed to reality stone the Crown City and take away that advantage from your opponent, forcing them to need to play into Hala. They load up Muir Island after the Revolution one time, only pulls out the Kyera into Crown City. There's a Time Stone and a Space Stone movement to drop everybody down. We could see the Soul Stone move right now to secure that location. That's going to be a 1-5 when all is said and done. Sorry, a 1-10 because of the extra bonus if they choose to move anything. They opt not to. Let the Vision go play into Muir Island, who's going to move up to 9 and be a floating 9 movable power. Yes, you can move around that Jeff, but can you even play around? The Loki's gone. And they drop a blob. Blob into the mid. They have the priority. Now, we haven't seen all of Third's deck, but the Loki play normally would give a little bit of threat to know, is there going to be an Alioth play here? So now, do you move your Jeff and your Vision to try to steal Crown City and get that bonus? Do you try to play around that bonus? Because you got one card. One card to drop and 2 cards to move. Diving into the information of the blob to play the exclusion game is very big here. They're going full movement, take out the what would end up being still remaining 14 power for a full exchange, guaranteed power into Crown City that's not going to be reduced down by the Soul Stone. So they're adding 16 onto that. That's going to be 22 into Crown City. Crazy. This doesn't feel very good. And they're going to look to do exactly that. They're going to look to try to play around the big blob pulls, maybe try to absorb a late big beef, go over the top because they're going to be losing 14 power and gain it back in via the blob. As we see Jeff move over into the mid, the Magneto's going to drag over Lockjaw and Kyera, which helps dramatically. It's all about the blob. Blob comes on down. Does it have enough left in the deck? Adds on up, and it takes it. Takes it all. 2 cubes off of the third, 8-4, going into round 4. Wow. Great call. We talk about it here on this channel all the time about Baxter building and what a trap Baxter building can be. They ended up doing the exact same thing. They played it the other way around. They played around the Crown City. Crown City looked like one that they absolutely had to defend. They chose not to and played around knowing they were just down 4 in the other 2 lanes, did the math, did a great job. Great play there by Crazy, being able to play around it and take off a couple of cubes as we get down our first Space Stone, which, as always, never feels good, but you look to go for it. Now, the warrior falls here with Vision. Get rid of a couple of time stones. The negative zone doesn't feel good for the Space Stone. They could try to play around it. Double Vision is a little precarious. But they could rotate out with Warrior Falls. We don't know if you're going to get a pull from the Professor X into Grand Central to lock that lane down. So maybe you hold that Cull Obsidian for the negative zone to steal it back later on. Look at a rotation. Have a Soul Stone. Worst case scenario will be the stone that destroys. I like it. Try to steal Grand Central. If Professor X gets pulled on down, I like that too. And Vision slides out. No risks there. They're going to lose the Soul Stone, depending on what pulls out here from the Power Stone disappearing. It's the Kyera. Great scenario here for Crazy, because Soul Stone can never be destroyed, so that lane is a safety lane as the Reality Stone drops into... Oh, drops on in. And Hala can't even take advantage of it. Loki comes on down into Grand Central, does the full rotation. There's your cost reduction. Here we go. What could have been a very detrimental Warrior Falls has now really played heavy into Crazy's hand, being able to lock that location safely. You've got movable 11 power to boot. They also have movable 8. So do you attempt to steal the Hala? Do you secure the Warrior Falls? Or do you lock yourself into the Grand Central? How do you play it if you see this amount of movement available on the board at any given time? Now, they did just load up their hand. They've only played out 4 cards, so chances are they had at least 6 in their hand during that moment due to the Reality Stone draw, and we saw 1 card destroyed earlier. Third decides to back away for that 1 cube. It's the last time they should go for that cube at this point. The retreat, very uncertain in my own personal opinion, because there was no benefit to staying in that for 2 versus 1. High stakes 5. Here we go. 2 at a time. Crazy's got 2 games at most left in them. The third is hanging on to just a couple more. Get the Space Stone down early. We all say it. Never feels good. Go for it. Wave disappears and a Soul Stone disappears. Professor X Time Stone definitely feels good. So let's spread out a little bit of power. Drop a couple of 3s. Hey, look. His name is Jeff. Daily Bugle information exchange time. It's Vision. They've got their Vision in their hand. ×2 now. Now, go for the Vision or go for the Professor X. The Vision flexibility is interesting. They're debating about snapping, though. So they see a line. They see a line to victory here. If they're hovering over it, they're debating about pushing them in all. I think it depends on this card. There's your Loki cost reduction exchange. And Lockjaw Mind Stone is the call for turn 5. No lockdown from Professor X. 3 cards swing over to the third. There's a Mind Stone into Lockjaw. It's going to give us 1 in the hand. There's only 1 left. And the Thanos drops on out as they have their own combo of Lockjaw, Mind Stone, disappear into Wakandan Embassy and pull out a Scar with a wave on top. So, when all is said and done, you've got 1.5 beefy cards to play. We've seen the Time Stone. We've seen the Soul Stone. Or was that last game? Can they beef their blob? I mean, can they beef their Thanos? Oh no, Soul Stone was destroyed by Sokovia. I got it. I remembered things. That's a lot of power in the right. That's a lot of power in the right. That's very risky. Vision has got to go into Sokovia, in my own personal opinion. Because putting down just 16 power into Sokovia, their Soul Stone was discarded. Am I incorrect in that remembering, folks? We're about to find out. They've locked it in. This is for 4 cubes. This is for Crazy's tournament life. 4 cards drop on down. The Mind Stone goes into Lockjaw first, getting 2 cards back into the hand, reducing the chances of something small, which means the Space Stone, of course, the something small pulls out of the Wakandan Embassy. Scar, ends up over in Daily Bugle with a Soul Stone on top of it. That's 20 total power. They're going to go over the top of that, though, because of Vision plus Blob into the Daily Bugle, which means that Sokovia is going to hold on. Crazy's going to live to fight another day. And there's the registered exchange. Death Domain. 1, 2, Vision. Over the top, take it down to 4. It's 4-3 now. Crazy versus the third. Now, take note here, no matter what. This is a very important cube count, ladies and gentlemen. 4-3. This should be a turn 1 instant snap from Crazy. There is no disadvantage here because it's 2 games to 2 games. It is a straight up advantage at this exact moment just to snap on turn 1. That is a huge missed opportunity by Crazy for not going for the instant free game on turn 1. Because no matter what, he can only lose 2 cubes. Well, 3 cubes. It's still 2 games. You know what I meant. Missed opportunity by Crazy right there to try to get out an easy win. And there's the snap coming from third, showing a lot of strength early on. Crazy's going to go for it. There's your Wakandan Reinforced Space Stone and Power Stone. Who gets a rock? As movement is now in the favor at the moment of Crazy. They're sitting on Jeff the Baby Land Shark. We do not know yet if they have Vision in hand. They're playing down their Time Stone on 4. There's the Jeff on the other side. So this may come down to who draws Vision. Both players are looking for every way to win the Sanctum Sanctorum right now. And he's not going to toss into Lockjaw. He takes the reduction into the Eternity range. They were hanging on Vision from turn number 1. Got the +2s in their hands. That is a big, beefy Vision, ladies and gentlemen. They need a miracle Reality Stone pulling a Vision out to compete in any way. But the +2 from that Vision means that they absolutely have to fight now for Eternity range because there's no way that the third can lose the Sanctum Sanctorum if he moves over Vision and Jeff. There is no spread wide card in either of these players' decks. We're not looking at a Mr. Fantastic. We're not looking at a Dr. Doom. We're not looking at anything that's going to hop around. We are looking at a double movement potential, so they need one lane to go their way. They're taking their chance right now in the middle with the Lockjaw, tossing into the Soul Stone, which will reappear a wave and reduce down everything. Here's the Reality Stone. Could it be interesting? It's going to give us a Limbo to buy a little bit more time. Limbo out of Reality Stone disappears and appears as a blob who's going to eat everything on up, bring over the top there. 19 power plus a Cull Obsidian's got to feel good. It's got to feel good for now. But what's left is the question. What's left? They've got 2 turns and 2 cards. Crazy is looking at potentially Vision moving over into Sanctum Sanctorum. They have 2 turns to work with, 2 cards to pull. And they're looking to toss the Scar into Lockjaw? No. That wave is making this a much harder decision. I think the movement of Jeff is absolutely a must at this point for a potential priority play. And they're going to go for everything right here on turn 6. They're going for everything here on turn 6. They're going to put themselves all the way in now, knowing if it's going to happen or not. The Vision slides over into the Sanctum Sanctorum. The Scar is going to disappear into Lockjaw, who's going to reappear as a Thanos. and Eliath gets rid of whatever they were about to plop down into the eternity range. So, it all comes down to, do they have a 5-power card for the eternity range in their hand to play on turn 7? Crazy is exactly that on that play. There's the Magneto, which is going to give that to them, and Crazy is down to their final cube against the third. Hanging on for dear life. 3-1. Let's go one more. Round 7. It's a limbo match again. Here we go. And they're pulling their rainbow. Sokovia tosses Jeff and Time Stone, both pretty decent losses for these players. Ooh, and Crimson Cosmos. Now you're super restricted on your stones. No flexibility to the right. Thanos into Crimson. Great call. Get it out now. You haven't drawn a lot of stones, so we may have a pretty dead draw coming into Crazy's plays. This is a big moment here, these next 2 turns. Soulstone goes down into Lockjaw, pops out. A Time Stone for some extra energy. Kyera resting on top of the Lockjaw. Interesting double stack to play it on down now, as they look for another rotation perspective here. Put the Kyera over into the Limbo lane, and they're going to toss in their Soulstone to reduce everybody down in Sokovia. Wow. Kyera, Soulstone. Shang-Chi is neglected. Told no by Kyera. Huge Kyera into Limbo, protecting that lane. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a lockdown in Sokovia officially. Unless if there's a miracle Space Stone to be played by the third. That location's got to feel good. Crazy is hanging on here, debating, is now the time to Eliath. I know, it feels clunky just to play a Space Stone, but it's a 0 clog play. Because they can move out their Jeff and move in their Thanos. Vision comes down into Limbo, and they have to attempt to win the Crimson Cosmos, and they have to attempt to win Limbo. Crazy's looking for the defense on Eliath, in case if they go for something cheeky. It's a 50-50. Does Vision move? What do you think? Man, tough call to make. Vision stay, Vision move. Vision stay, Vision move. Careful, you've got a Soul Stone. They say the Vision moves. They put the 3 power into Limbo. Vision moves! Eliath nicks the Limbo! It steals the win as Magneto pulls the wave over with Kyera. Whoa! And that 19-23 third comes back out of nowhere with a Mega Magneto. Mega Magneto and takes out Crazy. What a wild moment. Absolutely insane. It is now 1-1 as we head into the next matchup. The #1 player in the world, Crazy, has been knocked out. Stay tuned as we get ready for round number 3. Oh, we almost came back. So close. That much.
Can you understand me?
I screwed it up and I won.
Victory.
I screwed it up and I won. Will, don't fist bump me. I should not have won that. It's a negative deck that pulls the peak on turn 1. You look at this and what just happened. And you tell me what just happened.
I am Iron Man.
Victory.
Piggy. We lose in the 13. Oh, and it's gonna proc it twice. That's not fun. Womp womp. I just can't believe it gave me a Grandmaster. It was so unnecessary, but necessary. Like, that was. Yeah! Oh, it's a tie! No, I forgot it's +2! Oh! And there is the Angela nerf in full throttle. Wait. It doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, it's great. Wait. Huh?
Opponent snapped.
Why? Oh, I swear to God, if you fuck this up with an Eliathan bar with no name because you've read a Legion play, I'm gonna be so pissed. Okay, we're good.
Are ye worthy?
And we're gonna get all 3 lanes.
Are ye worthy?
We're gonna get all 3 because Odin's gonna hop to. Bar with no name, and that's gonna be over it. Perfect District X game. Ooh, that's a great clip right there. Did y'all see what just happened? It went from Captain Marvel being on the tie on the District X side to winning Limbo specifically. Because either... Wow. What an amazing match to watch and cast, with surprises all the way through the very end with that final Magneto play. So, once again, if you're just joining us, this is the Johnson Cup. It is a 3-on-3 team battle series. You must eliminate your entire opponent's team. You have 3 players on each team. Live until you don't. Go all the way on through. Now, we've just seen the third take down the first player that won game 1. So now each team here has won 1 game each. We're moving into the middle anchor players for both teams. We're going with the third, and then we'll be going on in as they exchange codes right now. Good luck. Have fun. Let's wait for the codes to exchange, and we're going to join them in their matchup right now. There it is. Sizer versus the third. There we go. All right. Everybody's windows are a little bit different, so let's get it set on in. Quinjet, Shang-Chi, Zabu, Snowguard, Squirrel. It looks like Sizer's potentially coming in here with a straight-up Loki deck. That Squirrel into the Onslaught Citadel's gotta hurt a little bit, though. It would have been nice to have double Quinjet, double Zabu with the Onslaught Citadel. There's your Zabu drop, and there's your Reality Stone, removing the double extra piece, which brings on the Eternity range. Sanctuary 2 is going to definitely regularly help the third here. They're clearly playing a Thanos deck. Curious which stone it popped over to them now. That Ms. Marvel doesn't feel anywhere near as good. And if they play that Ms. Marvel there, they could be straight up sacrificing the Eternity range right now. We do know from the last game, if this is the exact same Thanos variation, that the third does run Cull Obsidian. And they go for the full clog on the Eternity range no matter what right now. There's your Jeff, there's your Power Stone. That's enough power either way. So even if they move nothing else out right now, Eternity range has been locked in favor of the third. Snowguard taking a look at a boot, and they're playing Juggernaut in this mix. Ooh. And we see a snap. That's enough for Sizer. He's seen enough. Time to give a cube to the third, enjoy it, and move on to round number 2. Just had the deck confirmation there, of course, full Thanos and an Orcus Forge on there. Now with Cosmo in hand, Orcus Forge is a little bit less scary. They could be grabbing Sentinels and then plop them down right into there to not clog their hand. So it's a free card. But be careful, though, with how you can play it out. Sizer ups his connection, and it looks like we're now in full 60 FPS, assuming we get a stable connection. I apologize for any hiccups that happen on the way, because Discord is magical. As they play down their Space Stone and their Mind Stone into the Mojo world with an Orcus Forge Quinjet. Free, well, not free, very cheap Sentinels now. Mirage, I'm not sure how valuable Mirage is going to end up being in this matchup, because more often than not, we're going to see Mirage stealing a bunch of stones. So I'm intrigued to see how they use Mirage regularly here, if they're banking on it to just be card exchange. Reality Stone, Rickety Bridge, which is going to really hurt that Quinjet. as they pop up a time stone out of their hand, which is a nice energy boost for them going into it. That's a big energy boost if they choose to have that advantage just in case. Now, the Juggernaut in Rickety Bridge has also got to feel pretty good. Ms. Marvel on 4. Basically, broadcasting that I'm giving up Bar Sinister is a potential play here. I think all of this really comes down to turn 5, and if the third chooses to play anything into the Rickety Bridge on turn 5. If they choose not to, we're okay. And they play a time stone immediately. No reservations into the Rickety Bridge. So now you got to decide. If you're building a Ms. Marvel build to try to steal the Mojo World, and they're looking at Juggernaut the Mojo World. Oh, Juggernaut's such a key card for Rickety Bridge. This is tough to watch this one play down, but they're loading it up because with the Time Stone, they'll have 7 energy on the next turn. They could play down, technically, Shang-Chi plus Juggernaut. That would give them all the bonuses from the Ms. Marvel plus their cards. So that would put 20 power into that lane on top of another 9, 12. That would be 32 power if they felt that it was strong enough. They didn't, though. So they're going to back on out. Sizer hanging into round number 3 with a danger room to boot. 1 cube taken out of each round. Opening turn Snow Guard. Why not? Ooh, Castle Blackstone. Very fun location here. Now, knowing that the third is playing Loki, that Mobius does have some value again. And a Bifrost can't feel good. Cosmo Quinjet. Ooh. A little scary, but good defense. Kyera is going to be really enjoying the danger room now. All of that protection there. Disable the move of the Bifrost rather than disable the danger room at a later turn. Interesting play here. Ordering is done clearly right. They're still setting up for a potential Ms. Marvel into the danger room by playing the 1, 2, and 3. They've got nice flexibility and it looks like they're banking very heavily on that. And we see a snap. We got a snap coming down. There's your Time Stone, safely resting in the danger room. There's the Loki with the reduction. The Snow Guard Hawk disables the movement as well as the +1 energy for this turn in particular. They clog the mid pretty up. So that Devil Dino is definitely going to feel good right now. Great play to disable on the Bifrost turn. While sitting on a Juggernaut in their hand, no Ms. Marvel still. But they're looking to potentially Loki their own Loki Thanos. Or is the beefy power of the Dino all you need? You've got 10 power with that Loki Power Stone combo. Really, really solid. The Magneto slides over Cosmo. It's going to mess up any potential play with Ms. Marvel, which would be gone if it was going to be top decked. The Quinjet is going to be very valuable as well. And now you're sitting on a big rotation where you're down by 9 in the mid. And not a lot of ramp. You're sitting on a Magneto. That can't feel good. And it doesn't. Sizer, again, with his Loki deck backing away from the power of Thanos. That's another 2 cubes in favor. It's 10-6 after 3 rounds. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you kindly, please do me a quick favor here for this stream. Just refresh your stream, whether you're watching on PC or mobile. Go out, come back in. It's going to help us here with this channel as we go to our partner push for our content here on Twitch. And it's greatly appreciated, anything and everything that's happened over the last several hours here at the Johnson Cup, where we will also be broadcasting back tomorrow to look at the semifinals and finals of Group A. So stick around. We'll see you tomorrow morning also, but let's get back to the action and take a look at the Reality Stone, giving a benefit to Sizer. He's got the power benefit right now, and Third knows that. He backs out, take the cube. Great call right here to lose it on the 1 cube rather than lose it on the 2. It's the last of the low stakes before we switch into round 5 and head into the high stakes. Mindscape is a mildly scary location. Mindscape also almost secures the notion that Loki should not be played. And we see a snap come in from the 3rd. This is a flex. This is a strong flex. With Mindscape on the board, they put the snap down, and they're moving forward with it. It's going to be a 4-cube match at minimum as the Quinjet reveals the Mindscape. The Mind Stone pulls 2 stones, as well as a Time Stone for the 3rd into the unknown location, which reveals out to be Hala. Neither player is really going to stress too much over the loss of whether it be a 1-power Time Stone or a 2-power Snow Guard, but that Mobius into Sewer System is a very interesting call. Mobius slips into the sewer. Lockjaw takes a Space Stone in and boots out a Reality Stone, who flips it to Elysium with a Mobius already on the board. Sizer takes a huge advantage thanks to the Reality Stone out of Lockjaw. And Third is not feeling good right now. Reintroduce the power of Loki to dump the entire hand and then flop the entire hand as he snaps back, putting his entire tournament on the line. Sizer saying, "I've got the nuts." They're going for it. Here we go. Loki does the full exchange. There's the Elysium to the Quinjet to everything reducing on down, putting the Soul Stone down into Lockjaw, which disappears and is going to reappear as Loki, who also does his own exchange. Kyera protecting all the cards on the far side, irrelevant. Now, the Leech, not going to be a necessary card in any way, because otherwise you're going to be leeching your own hand if they leave the Mindscape as is. Magneto for only 2 just feels, for 4, feels wild. Maybe put a little protection out there with that Kyera if you want to protect your 1s, because you have very low value. The Leech is a scary thing. The Leech is a scary thing. You'd be leeching your own hand. Reality Stone's already played, so the Mindscape is definitely happening. You're going to Reality Stone Sorry, you're going to leech your own hand. That's risky. And he does. He leeches his own hand as he slides Loki and Lockjaw to clog the hollow with the Time Stone as they play one extra stone on the right-hand side. They flip the cards. There's your Leech. There's your Shang-Chi. There's your Quinjet, which they got from the Loki. So now we've got the double exchange again. The Leech now hits, because I forgot Leech hits after the locations, because it's the start of turn 6. They end up with a dead hand. Devil, Dino, Cosmo, Zabu potentially drop to play. You don't need to play the Zabu, because you've already got the secured lead, semi-secured lead, over in Hala. There's nothing they can move out there. This is for 6 for Sizer, and he takes it to the house. As third, plays no cards on the final turn. Sizer played no cards on the final turn and lost 6 cubes. What? That feels off. Okay. 6 cube, turn 6. Nothing happened from the third's side of the board, even with leeched cards. Wow. What do you think about that in the chat? All right, here we go. There's your copy. You take a blob. Third retreats for 2 cubes, saying, I don't have anything good on this hand. He's down to his final cube, y'all. The third, on a huge swing, is now playing for his life and has to win 3 in a row. 3 in a row against the Loki deck. All right. This one's always a tough decision right here. When you've got a 2 to play on curve that can benefit you in one way, or a 1 tech that can play into a better cheating curve for you in another way. So he goes for the mana loss, looks to take on the Coulson instead. He is sitting on the Cosmo for some protection in Baxter Building, which has got to feel kind of okay, as Agent Coulson gifts him a 4-cost Professor X into the Lockjaw lane. There it goes. There's your Reality Stone, flipping the Valley of the Hand into Hotel Inferno, but nothing's going to happen because Professor X has secured that lane. Loki Snowguard, get a little bit of extra power into deep space. Ooh. And there's your flips. There's your Loki coming on down, flipping the snow. And a vision gives the power swing back into the Baxter Building. Now it's a power play. It's a full-on compete for Baxter, steals the Inferno, steals the deep space. Sizer needs to go as tall as possible to try to take down the third in this round. Now playing from behind, the Shang-Chi value is very high. Do they play big? Do they play just big enough? He sends it. And Jeff into Hotel Inferno with a Loki on top of Baxter Building is going to add 4 more and feed over into Hotel Inferno. It's going to be a tie in the Baxter Building, and the Deep Space 2 from Snowguard is enough to help secure the win for Sizer, knocking out the 3rd. We're going to a 4th game here in Team Uenpo versus the one, the only Team Sizer. So stick around, hang tight. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Bub. Ooh, okay. Not true, I don't think. It would have been a tie. Oh no, it would have been a tiebreaker win, not a point win. Because Captain Marvel would move after the location pieces. So it would have moved over to that side, tied over there, and it would have been a tiebreak win exclusively. So yeah. Yeah. Not like a point, like 2-lane win, but yeah. I know, so sad, Leech. So sad. Let's go back to the replay. I am not set up for replay. Oh, yeah. It's like night and day different. Double interruption with the Assman. That's so cool. Yeah, right there. Take a look. Boom. Congratulations to our winners. It's Guest Gaming. Baby Shark for the win. Hell yeah. Love it. Live, live. Yeah, baby. We survived Danger Room with 3 cards. That never happens. That never happens. I don't need to play the rest of the day. All my luck just used up right there. They took it out on Jane, and they brought it back for everybody else. That's all that matters. Do we go all 4? We go all in here? It's better stats than that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into our final match for Team Uenpo. Well, very well could be, depending on what happens here. So let's go on over. Let's get into it. They've drawn their opening hand. Here we go. Turn 1, Quinjet down into Kunlun. As we see, I didn't catch how many cards were being cast into that one. Ooh. Here we go. Dropping the Cosmoon down, blocking the Baxter Building, and there's a Lockjaw. Lockjaw, so far, the MVP that we've seen in this tournament. And get the Loki bright and early. Get the Loki bright and early. Flip all the cards over. Sizer receives. Vision, Kull, Shang, and Hela. It's Hela Thanos now. The newest hybrid. We got a Hela Thanos deck coming on down for Team Uenpo. I like the Cull Obsidian on the left. Play down the Vision for a little bit of insecurity. Maybe put it into the Baxter building to steal priority. There it goes. There's your Vision. Take the Prio piece. Play it on down. Keep the Cull Obsidian in your hand. You've got a Vision that could move it to Kunlun. But now replay around it with the Ms. Marvel. I like this play. I like this play a lot. You've got a movable Vision as well on the opposite side of the battlefield. So how do you play it out? Ooh, super load into Kunlun. Hit the Juggernaut defense on the Abbey. We haven't seen the Juggernaut get played yet. Look at all of the flexible options because Ms. Marvel exists, y'all. This is tough because Ms. Marvel's going to be more valuable than the Baxter building bonus. They're taking through every possible combination. Looks like they're going to build with the Juggernaut combo to be the winner. Take the extra power on top of it with the +2 that's going to add on to the Vision. Additionally, sacrifice the lead of the Baxter building, and the opponent's just going to retreat, saying it's not worth the confusion. Let's back away. Moving on down. Let's get to the second game. Space Stone with the draw. Simple. Simple. Hela Thanos, man, making a comeback. Or I shouldn't say comeback, making an appearance, I should say, here in Marvel Snap competitive scene. Who would have ever thought that we'd get to this point? The magic of RNG. Lockjaw, Corvus Clave, Hela, throw it all on top. Let's go, Uenpo. Throwing in a Bar Sinister into the mix for 2 duplicates. If they can plop their Vision on there, that's going to be a nice flexible turn 7 play. This is an awful set of locations to work around, but that's one of the strengths of this matchup. Seeing how each player in such unique conditions is able to play around it, because both of them want their cards revealed, whether it be for card draw or card gain. We have one unknown first drop into the Dark Dimension for the turn 3, so it could be a billion different things, let's be honest here. But let's see what else they do. Now that they've hit their first Vibranium, they're going to go for the Loki. Hope for the best, because it's going to be clean cards all across the board. And there's your Loki. What are they going to plop? Here we go. Reduce it on down. Hela, Thanos, Gambit, Blob, Magneto, Kyra. And the rapid fire multiple Gambit could be a game-winning decision. It's a little scary to do on turn 5, just because if you hit both reality and space, that's a very easy location to take over. I get the Hela can bring things back, but they go for the security of bringing it back via Hela. It's going to toss 3 cards to load into Dark Dimension potentially, and that's it. Maybe with something in Vibranium Mines. Sizer, looking at all the options, is taking out the Cull Obsidian. That worth it? Potentially taking out the Cull Obsidian. That worth it? Because they're going to play big, and they play big. They play into their Kyra to protect their stones. Big Kyra drop. The only destroyable card on the battlefield right now is that Cull Obsidian. You've got 3 chances to hit it. Here we go. And it hits it on the first shot. First shot takes it down. Does Kyra come too? No. Space Stone held on defense. Gambit. Space Stone is indestructible today, thanks to Kyra. So, all of that's going to come on back via Hela. So how big is that left lane going to end up being? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a lot more than what I can remember. So, looking at the Devil Dino versus Thanos and the blob, yeah, soak it all up, put that giant blob on down there. That's gotta feel good, knowing that you've basically sacrificed Bar Sinister for a blob one-on-one lane versus Hela rebuild everything back into it lane. That's got to feel pretty good right now if you're Sizer. Yep, good enough that it's going to make Uenpo disappear one more time. Give him a cube, or sorry, give him 2 cubes on that one, and continue on to the next match. Classic Loki doing work right now against this Thanos deck. Piece by piece, Thanos deck after Thanos deck taking them down. As Mirage is going to get a nice little beef up. Plus another 3. Reinforce a card. Or just take a chance. Looks like they're just taking a chance. And the Quantum Realm, with its reductions, could be interesting. Where does Zabu land first? Get your extra 3. That's going to slide into Quantum Realm, which is very good. Very good for Sizer. Plays down the Quinjet. You also get your Time Stone. So we could see Vision drop early. Oh boy. We have a snap. We have a snap. The safe Loki in mid, and they're going to back away for 1. Back away for 1. There's no harm in it. It's the end of low stakes. Might as well take advantage of it while you can. We go into the last round of low stakes here. 10v6. Sizer, the team captain, versus Uenpo, the team captain. Trying to anchor his team back to progress in victory. Sizer drops a first Quinjet to get us started. Space Stone into Danger Room survives, so easy little fun card draw. Playing double into the Shuri's Lab with the Snow Guard this early seems a little bit risky, but I like the 8 power of Agent Coulson to stay under Shang-Chi height. Versus, wow, they're taking out the Snow Guard right away. Looks like they're looking for an early Loki play then. Soulstone survives in the Danger Room as Corvus Glaive finally makes his first appearance in this deck, getting rid of Gambit and A Stone, who disappears into the Danger Room. 25% hits you really hard. And a snap comes down from Sizer. Look at those cheap Thanos, the cheap scars. Playing the scar down now cheap is interesting. But they are sitting on a big old blob. They've got the double movable vision. Could flex 2 different locations as a potential play. This is tight. Gambit going down, hits the Hela, which then, worthy sacrifice, takes out the 16 power of that Mega Giant Vision. Big moving play. Risky, negative for 2 players there, but definitely a smart play as we look at it from the opposite perspective, saying, look, I've got everything I need right now. Do you blob it? Do you Thanos it? 12 and Necrocia's got to feel really good. 12 and Necrocia's got to feel really, really good. The Thanos versus the blob. The Thanos also blocks a potential play from a Magneto. Uenpo understands, moves out, gives the 2 cubes to Sizer. Benefit Sizer again. It is 10-4. You hear me. Going into round number 5. And a Luke's Bar could make this a very interesting Snow Guard now. With a base easy Soulstone over into the right, and an Orcus Forge to decide what to do. Now, playing the Snow Guard early is also scary, but you've got another location restrictive card too. There you go. Take it on down. Put down a Luke's Bar. Get a free Hawk into there. Now, your opponent can do the same. Yes, your opponent can do the same. But when you're flipping that many cards with Loki, it's got to feel good. And Corvus Glaive tosses out a Lockjaw and the Cull Obsidian as Loki does his full flip. Lockjaw, Blob, Scar, Hela, Shang-Chi, and Vision to boot and move on top of it. The tough call, but I like the blob play here. The indecisiveness of that Vision would be great, but sometimes you just need a big, beefy blob. I like this call right here. Gonna cheapen down that Scar from 5 to 3. and then still look at something else on top of it. If they look to pull back their Cull Obsidian, if they play down priority, that could be an option. We've got to snap back from Uenpo. He's willing to put his entire team's career in this tournament on the line. What do you do if you're Sizer? Do you go for the risk of 4? No, let him take his 2. If he's sitting on that Hela and could call the Hela back, that's a good play. That's a good play. Kun Lun gets a Quinjet. And Sakar, excuse me. I like the play here. Hold on. Wait it back in case if Loki gets drawn. Best case scenario, Coulson. Dino, you can't complain too much about. The Quinjet's going to die, which does discard the Hela. That always feels good. That always feels good. So now you've removed your Hela reveal return random RNG back if you're Sizer. You know that part's coming on down. The Bifrost definitely hurts Uenpo, who's sitting on a 6 versus 11, essentially, when all is said and done, as the Gambit's eventually going to move over on turn 4, unless if they can Reality Stone it and try to hold the Bifrost down. There's a snap. They've got the full routine. And Uenpo doesn't like it. Good snap by Sizer. Puts him in a very scary position of that Dino versus those 2 weaker cards. Takes advantage of the flex, basically saying, if you have a Reality Stone, let's talk. If not, I'm going to Loki you. Sizer now officially has Uenpo down to his final 2 cubes. It's 8 versus 2 in the round of 8 of Group A here for the Johnson Cup. Soulstone into the Gamma Lab, so we're going to see our first big boy come on down. Now, remember, on the opposite end of this, they do have Kyera, so they are looking at some protection. And now it's a race of Gamma Lab and Kiln who are going to time out some very interesting cards. Mirage pulls Hela as the lowest cost card in their opponent's hand. Wow. They are loaded with beefy people. They are loaded with beefy people. And they're looking for a Kiln security lockdown with Juggernaut. We don't know if they have the Vision or if they have their Jeff, but this is a nice secure play here as Juggernaut has nobody to move. Kyera's going down for the protection. They sacrifice the Kiln intentionally. So either they're about to drop their Vision or they're about to drop a Jeff in there on turn 6 to try to go for a tiebreaker situation on a 2v2. They flip on over a Vision. There he is coming back, making his reappearance. So now everybody's Hulks are protected at this point. Vision can slide and steal the mid. And now you've got to decide, do you have enough to go over the top elsewhere? Sizer doesn't have a lot of good options for him right now. That Vision moving into the Kiln is pretty big. Is a potentially pretty big option. 6+3, if you drop it all down, Vision could potentially slide on out. They put down a big card to protect for Kyera. It's tough. He's going to send it for the 2. Vision moves into the mid, and 2 cards are going to flip on down. We've got a Lockjaw into the first place, and then the Gambit, who's going to reach out and hit the Cosmo over in the Gamma Lab. It's not one of the big boys. The Reality Stone's going to flip the Tinkerer's Workshop into a Sinister London, who's going to now have 2 Shang-Chis pop up, not destroy the Hulk, and it's going to end up being just enough power in Sinister London for Uenpo to move on and survive one more day. 6v2 versus Sizer going into the next round. Round number 8 here of the round of 8. Lemuria. and a bunch of squirrels. All right, Quinjets, squirrels, mirages. Try and pull some stones, get some extra cards in your hand. The Ms. Marvel, officially a dead card. Mirage pulls a time stone. That could help out your Devil Dino. And go for the protection in Central Park. Fun play. Now Ms. Marvel has a line again with the Mirage surviving in the danger room. And now you've got to decide, are you setting up your Loki play? Are you setting up a Dino protection play? And that's what they're evaluating. Because the Kyera gives them the protection in the danger room that they technically need. Here we go. Gambit comes back. Power Stone hits the Cosmo Protector in the center lane. Loki's flips look good, but less protected as we do not see a Kyera come back to us in the flip. So, now they're looking at a tall build in some lane. Which lane that is, oh, I don't know, but it is a turn 5, and you have a bunch of cheap cards to work with here. The Cull Obsidian's going to be able to reduce down that Scar down to 2 cost. This is tough. Look at the double reduction. Here we go. Magneto sliding over the Loki. That prio would have felt really good a second later as the Cull Obsidian now flips into Central Park plus a Zabu, putting 13 into the middle lane. Now, Scar comes to boot. With a Gambit, Agent Coulson, Lockjaw. You've got 2 of these you can drop. You're leading in the center lane. Ignore the RNG of what Lockjaw could potentially build if he survived into the danger room. And send it. Sizer looking for the knockout against Uenpo right here. Will it be enough? Will Gambit be able to take down something substantial? It all depends on this flip. Hold your breath. Here we go. Scar flips into Lemuria. There's your Agent Coulson giving us 2. Gambit comes down, hits the impenetrable squirrel as a soul stone goes into whoa, it takes it back over. Scar lives in the danger room. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not over. Another 2 has been taken down off of Sizer. It's 4-2. He's knocked half of the cubes off of him. We are on our way to round number 9. We've got a comeback on our hands. Hold on to your butts. All right. DC Quinjet starts us off. Big old Pegasus in the middle. That could be really big for Uenpo. Sadly, Sizer has priority, so he couldn't try to pull out a sneaky Shang. But that combo right there, filling up his hand with a bunch of 4s and 3s, that's got to feel good. Agent Coulson, what are you giving us? A Drax and an Arrow. Arrow, an incredibly strong card right now in today's meta. All of these movable cards, Vision, Arrow, Magneto, this is where your biggest defense is currently relying into in Marvel Snap, and we're seeing it time and time again. I would not be surprised to see Arrow make an appearance in this. And they're going to go for the straight-up Loki. They're going for the Loki on 3. Not even risking it. Loki into Thanos. Take the reduction. You've got Quinjet on the board. You've got Zabu on the board. Go ahead and go for it. They're taking the full Loki hit immediately. Arrow, I love you. Looks like you're not getting any play right now. Let's flip you over into what? How big? Gambit, Vision, Lockjaw, Cull Obsidian, and Blob. Great pulls for our Sizer team. Ooh, Gambit to take out 2. Try to take out that Chimera, maybe. Give a little protection. Or maybe just wait for a couple of extra pieces. This is a tough call. You've got big, beefy pieces. Which ones do you use? Corvus Glaive, who's going to reduce out a Blob and a Scar, which is a big double hit. We could see a big Hella drop now because of this, so be careful, y'all. Cosmo's a very nice play right now. Cosmo's got to feel good if you're Sizer. If you can guess, if you think you've got that Hella piece coming down right now and nix it, that's got to feel good. But the double Gambit call to guarantee at least 1 card, probably. Well, not guarantee. Let's be honest here. Could double Space Stone it, but we will see what happens if they go that route. Lockjaw Gambit could be fun. Lockjaw Gambit. Ooh, keep Lockjaw. Don't go for the RNG. Plays it on down. Here we go. He locks the Camartage as we look for a double reveal from them. Gambit comes in and hits the Chimera. Protection is officially gone from the other side of the battlefield as it comes out, hits a Juggernaut who doesn't move anybody, but the Gambit Time Stone double play doesn't proc off. All of that mega amounts of energy that could have been on that turn, they could have had 9, has been restricted by an epic, awesome Cosmo play by Sizer. This is a dangerous moment for Team Uenpo. We're at the final here, sitting on a Ms. Marvel. Now, Ms. Marvel can't give a buff to the right, can't give a buff mid, but could give a buff. Oh, sorry, no, Loki's a 4 now, so no. It's just straight stick stats. So here they go. Drag over the Vision, play everybody down. You've got a full board. Protected that Vision into the Camartage lane. Marvel for 4, Mobius for 3, disappears into Lockjaw, pulls out a Dino for 3, Lockjaw into Soulstone. Team Uenpo is going to be pulling out an extra card from their deck, which is a Hella. It Hellas! It Hellas! The Hella into Lockjaw takes Sizer down to his final 2 cubes. The Hail Mary has come to be. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Uenpo has brought it back from round 6 to round 10, 2-2, final game. Hella Lockjaw for the win. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. All right, here we go. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am, because this is a great match to watch. Quinjet Zabu's always got to feel good to start on turn 1 into the vault, and a Space Stone to drag it on down there, get an extra +2 power if need may be, into a movable location, Strange Academy. Lot to mess with here. Ooh, that Hobgoblin feels scary and good. That is an incredibly tempting card. Incredibly tempting card. But, do you just Loki and call it a day? That's what it comes down to. Do you just Loki, stick to your plan? They go for the plan, play down their Loki, they're sacrificing their Juggernaut, they're going to lose the Zabu reduction, but Quinjet will still survive. Zabu doesn't hurt as much. There aren't too many 4 costs in Uenpo's deck. I think just the Cull Obsidian. So not the biggest loss in that moment. However, they do land the Cull Obsidian and a very tempting option. They're sitting on Helicorvus. Helicorvus on turn 6 could be one of the most insane ways to come back and win this, depending on what it drops. Even by playing the Magneto into Kunlun and giving the +2 power there, locking the Kunlun could be the winning move via Magneto. They play down a blob which can't move in any way, shape, or form, which is absolutely fine. They're going to take 15 flat power in there, bring the Chimera over into Kunlun, give it another +2 power. That locks it down to 13. Now, with that said, if they Corvus into Hela, that's going to bring back potentially Cull plus Blob. They've already got Kunlun locked in. I don't think there's anything that they can play to take out the power of Magneto and Kunlun. Team Uenpo, Team Sizer, down to their final game, final moment, final cube. Best hit, Blob Cull Obsidian. Worst hit, Mobius Cull Obsidian. For their team's tournament life. They play it all down into Strange Academy. He sends it. Here we go. Strange on Strange. Scar flips number 1. Mind Stone flips number 2. Soul Stone flips number 3. That's 13 power in the one Strange Academy. It hits the worst lowest combo. Hela brings back the Mobius into the mid and the Cull into the right. Snowguard comes over the top, pulling 2 more. And Uenpo comes back with the most impossible comeback, bringing Sizer back down from 4 games. 4 full, absolutely insane games by Uenpo to take Sizer back down, and the Hela Thanos deck has done it. Gambit and Hela Thanos has taken down Loki. Team Sizer fought incredibly well, but we get to keep going. We get to keep going. Both teams have now eliminated 2 players. Both teams have now eliminated 2 players. Team Uenpo is hanging on for dear life. I think. It's been such a blur. Think about it. Go back for anything. First up, we had Crazy. Crazy was eliminated. Crazy was over on Team Sizer. He went bye-bye. Crazy wins. What a matchup, y'all. What a matchup. Like, I'm so lost right now. Like, that was just such an incredible moment. Let's take a short break. Video because it was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Brad, fantastic editing as well. We're not gonna do the montage fast forward here, so you're not gonna have to watch this whole portion, but again, great editing on that. So this is for you. You're not the only one who gets absolute dog shit splits. There you go.
Oh, shall take its place.
Blah, 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 blah. Nothing left. Drag over shit. Blah, blah, blah. Oh no, my blob can now be moved. Whoa! Oh! AIDS, or you're getting a Dracula, or anything else. Meek is a fun option, but the move piece to him is not really as useful as you think it is. Meek is okay. For 3,000 tokens, he's a good value, but you don't have to get him. I would not use Spotlight Keys on him. I would use tokens on him, but because he's Series 4, you can wait. Get it eventually when discard gets better for 3,000 tokens. Don't get him now. That's everything you need to know. They went right into it. They went right into it. I apologize. We missed the first piece there. It was only a retreat, but Andre came on in right away. I was not ready. We're here. We're live. We're going on. It's the final of Team Sizer versus Team Uenpo. Let's get the extra X onto the board. And we're off. All right. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. I stepped away to grab some more water because I am thoroughly enjoying the screaming that is happening because this is a wild matchup. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing because this is a great game. Here, let's resize you just a bit so we can see the full board. There we go. All right, here we go. Crown City, Valley of the Hand, Central Park. Lots of squirrels, lots of ones. Cull has lots of targets. We have a Corvus and a Mind Stone, so they're playing their same deck again. We have the lockdown version, it looks like, making its reappearance of Thanos for Andre, who's trying to hold it back. Andre coming in big with that Cull into Crown City to steal a little extra power out of Valley of the Hand. They could lock it down with a Professor X, because there's no movement right now, but Corvus has done a couple of discards. So they are up a bunch of energy going into this turn. So do you go for the lockdown and hope for the restriction, or do you go for the RNG play of Lockjaw into Reality Stone even? We have a snap as they go for the Crown City lockdown. They go for the Crown City lockdown, holding him in. Magneto moves nothing, and the Power Stone can't feel good. With Prio, Andre goes into the Valley of the Hand. He's debating where his biggest play is going to be here. Is it keeping a 6-point tiebreaker and play the Magneto into Central Park? Is it go for the power over the top and be fearful of the Shang-Chi? Is it play the RNG of Lockjaw into a Space Stone? And they're going to take the tiebreaker, which makes a retreat. Andre pushes back Uenpo. Pushes back on Uenpo for 2 cubes, and it's 9-8. Andre hanging on for dear life for Team Sizer. Space Throne for both of these players is a very restrictive location. Go for the early time stone? Yes, no, maybe so. And they are a saint and savior by putting the reality stone out there into a bar sinister flip with vision in hand for Andre. That's got to feel good. Ooh, and Attilan comes and says, hey, remember me? Ooh, this is tight. Worst location for Andre. We just said how good it would feel. Drop down a Cull, drop down a Mind Stone, mainly just for power, because it's the only thing it can do, because it's all going to get reshuffled back up again. Maybe they can get that vision back in hand. They do! Vision to bar sinister feels really good right here. Bunch of floating, unknown 8 power. That's got to feel incredibly confident. Kyera for the protection, so we could be looking at a very large play with bar sinister. Here's all of the visions. Now, does Uenpo feel that here in round 3, it's worth 2 cubes? They had no magic acceleration. And they are looking at a reality stone pull, man. Uenpo really needs his own vision to drop into bar sinister right now. And I love this extra movement. Trying to steal the priority with the Eliath in hand. There drops down a Soul Stone into Attilan. And a Shang-Chi to do nothing. Play everybody up. Get rid of it. Put a Camp Lehigh out on the board. Give us a Morph. Big value on Morph, potentially. And now they can shimmy around and lock down. Puts in the late snap and gets Uenpo to retreat for 1 more cube here in round number 3. It's 3 down to 1 down. Andre leading with 9 cubes versus Team Uenpo's captain, Uenpo. No advantage on the Tinkerer's Workshop here. For either. Stark Tower joins us. Power Stone feels good. Sitting on a Time Stone on 3, and Space Throne comes back. Such a restrictive location for both of these players. Who's going to pull the Reality Stone if anyone pulls the Reality Stone? And how nice are they going to be to their opponent to do it? There's a Corvus. What does it hit? It hits the Hela! Great news for Andre. That's your risk on that Corvus Glaive. You lose your chances, but you roll really high. So the Jeff in hand's got to feel kind of good. You've got your flexibility. The Space Throne's here. Vision for the temporary lockdown. Get some extra bonus power from Stark Tower. Then flex around that Jeff if need may be. You're sitting on 6. So that's got to sit pretty. Now, with that bonus energy, you could Magneto even mess up that Corvus from getting an extra 2 power. You could blob into Space Throne knowing that you could Jeff over there. But instead, the floating 10 power vision is more appealing. And they look to cheese the Corvus Glaive into the Space Throne. Corvus or Cull, big pulls. That's a lane for Andre. Nice pull. Great call there, making that chance as they see their opponent stacking into Stark Tower. Super stack big on the blob, potentially on your center lane. And they snap. They feel really good. Even with all of their bigs in their hand, minus Cull Obsidian, he's your biggest pullover at the very end. And he sends it, and Uenpo backs out again. Man, Andre's snaps have been on point. He's doing a great job. Great assessment of the situation. Take advantage of your cubes the proper way. And now we are in high stakes. We're sitting at 9v6. Andre for Team Sizer versus the captain of Team Uenpo. Raft could be a lot of fun right now. And cheaper 6 costs on top of it. Both players looking to fill that raft and get those free cards. At least with the vision, it's interesting. But they say, no, you can't have that. Let me reality stone you back to normalcy. And now Andre flips into the negative there as Weird World spins on down, which is only so weird as they receive a Corvus Glaive on the first draw. Putting down almost the entire rainbow with Thanos in hand definitely feels good. They have the chance to draw a Space Stone potentially too. They get a Soul Stone first. Followed by a Mind Stone. Play out a whole bunch of cards. Could they draw the Space Stone? Magneto comes into the hand. We get a snap. We get a vision. And Uenpo doesn't like it. He's got too many cards out on the board. Andre got great draws out of that. Great snap. Play to your strengths. Bring it down to 4. 9-4. Leading for Team Sizer. And a Mojo World to open us up. Here's a couple of extra stones. Merry Christmas. Hub gives a bonus card of Thor. Why? Because it hurts. You don't want that, because that's not going to be a really confident draw. You want your big boys. There's a soul. There's a heart. And flips the Mojo World into Machine World. All of the different worlds coming on down. Shadowland clogging with a couple of negative ninjas. And we're just unloading stone after stone after stone. Andre's had a great pull the last 2 games with the amount of stones he's been able to draw. Keep an advantage with extra card draws and stay on top. Taking that priority play, very big. Do you move it around or do you lock it down? Take the Reality Stone to remove the Machine World. We're going to have our 3rd location change into this lane. Machine World's now going to turn into Lemuria. Lemuria. Ladies and gentlemen, those cards are not going to flip. That could be the difference maker. alone, if they were depending on a card draw or a discard, that could have been a really big move right there. Vision plus Vulture into Space Stone. Nice combo, and Vision there too. Nice combo to be able to take advantage of what the hub is going to pop on down. So it's a 3-8 when all is said and done. You're playing out the Space Stone either way. So you know that Vulture's moving. If you're looking to keep pace, you have Visions that can move too. The question becomes, do you try to take advantage of all of this movement and maybe lock it down with a Magneto? This is potentially for Uenpo's life here, y'all. We're looking at a full 4, excuse me. Oh boy. Looking at the Magneto potentially to move the Vulture out. Expecting to see a Vulture move in plus a Vision movement potentially too. Double exchange move, crossing streams between Vision and Jeff, and he sends it for 4. Here we go. Vulture moves into the mid, the Vision moves over to the right. The Magneto comes on down, brings the Chiara out of the Shadowland and into the hub. That's going to be enough for Lemuria right now, and that's going to be enough for the Shadowland, depending on what drops here. It's a Blob. Blob comes over the top into the hub, but it's enough to take 4 cubes out of the captain of Team Uenpo himself, and Team Sizer is moving on. In the Johnson Cup, they are moving on to the final 4 here in Group A. So let's take a look over at exactly what that looks like for our opponents. So let's dive on in. We're going to switch over to here and bring out let's bring out what the brackets look like. So your brackets here are showing we have a couple already registered in that have finished their matches. Team Tae Shin has advanced. We're still waiting on the results of the champion who we saw from the round of 16 in the very beginning of the game, very beginning of the broadcast, Team Zariweya. Are they going to be able to take down Team Mawile? We're still waiting on those results. Aoi has taken down Suns, and now we know that Team Sizer is going to be the opponent for Team Aoi. We're going to be able to take a look at those broadcasts tomorrow, bright and early, at least for me, bright and early once again. So let's go over here and discuss tomorrow morning. For me, tomorrow morning, same time that this broadcast started again, which was roughly 5 hours ago, give or take, roughly 5 hours ago. That's when we're going to be starting tomorrow, bright and early, to show the final 4 and the finals of Group A. So stay tuned for that tomorrow morning. I'll be looking forward to seeing you all here once again. The number 1 and only English-speaking location here for your stream of the Johnson Cup Group A. Now, tonight, we have Group B over on KM Best's live Twitch channel. Make sure you're tuning into his channel tonight to see some of your other favorite creators also going up against it and some of the top players in the world deciding who is going to take down Group B for the mega final at the end of the night tomorrow evening at the end of KM Best's stream. So the winner of this all Group A group will go up against the winner of the all Group B group and face off to secure the non-Korean champion. So moving it on through, once again, tomorrow morning, well, T-minus 19 hours from now, we'll be back here. I look forward to seeing you once again here tomorrow morning for an incredibly exciting Final Four. I really hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. Today's broadcast has been a lot of fun. I've missed casting. I'm honored to be a part of the Johnson Cup, but I hope you enjoyed today's stream. If you did, look, a follow is appreciated. That's all I ask. I am Guest, also known as ItsGuestGaming. I am a full-time content creator and caster here for Marvel Snap. You can catch me here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, live streaming, as well as putting out weekly consistent videos on YouTube for all new cards, new decks, new exciting news, and updates. If you've enjoyed this, hopefully we see you back here for more than just the Johnson Cup, but if this was your first and only time here, I greatly appreciate you spending time with me. I'll be back on live tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone, and tune in tonight. It ends up being 7 p.m. Central American Time over on KM Best's channel. Okay? 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Excuse me. That's 10 a.m. Korean Standard Time and 2 a.m. Central European Time. There's all your time zones. Enjoy Group B this evening. I hope you all enjoyed this stream. Thank you all so much. We're going to have this until it times on out, and I'll see y'all in T-minus 19 hours. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy your day.